good afternoon and welcome to our fourth and final session of our UNCLOUD 2024 Metropolitan Short Course Championships. First up this afternoon, we do have our mixed 200 metre freestyle relay. It's a para and able body relay. So, Kalia.
This is absolutely one of the more fun events on the program. It's where our multi-class athletes, our para athletes, get the chance to race with our able-bodied athletes and pair up in a relay, and it should prove to be a pretty close race because you may have noticed that slightly staggered start. So it's a handicapped relay, which means our first team or the slower team entry time, they leave on go, and then the other team leaves later on, so that we try to have it as close as possible at the end of the race and see who comes out on top.
I really love this race that Swimming Victoria has put into their program over the last couple of years. I think that it just gives an opportunity for clubs to showcase that we are an inclusive community, and I think that we see these clubs allowing and enjoying these relays. It's just great to see, and personally I think that this is one of my favourite relays.
Yeah, 100%, and I love the amount of athletes who want to put their hand up and be part of the team. We saw earlier, it was, I believe, Jesse Phillips leading off for Surrey Park, one of our longer distance athletes, and he wanted to have a crack at a 50-metre freestyle just to be part of the team. I also got to speak to Maddie Fox, who just swam in lane 5 for Ivanhoe Swim, and she was so excited to be a part of this race. She was telling me she's going to be racing second and to keep an eye out, so well done there, Maddie.
So it's been obviously a strong start from Surrey Park here, but as we said, it could just really vary here depending on the order that the coaches have put their swimmers in. So we'll see what time it does come down to at the end and who gets their hand on the wall first and second.
Absolutely, and we also have both male and female athletes in this race, so anything can happen, changes can happen all the time, but at this point, with only 10 metres left to swim, it looks like Surrey Park is going to take out our first event this afternoon with a nice little win in the 4x50 mixed freestyle para able-bodied relay. So moving away from our relay events now into our individual races. The next event on the program is event 74. This is the women's 13 and over 200 metre individual medley. So that is 50 metres of each stroke from butterfly into backstroke, breaststroke, and finishing off with freestyle. And we actually have 9 heats in this event this afternoon.
We saw earlier this morning our 11-year-olds getting in and doing the 200 metre IM, and we were very much talking about how at that young of an age, you're not necessarily got your main stroke yet. So in these older age groups, we might actually see quite a few lead changes because swimmers have probably started to identify what their main stroke and what their strengths and weaknesses are by the time that they're 13 and over.
Yeah, we always come into an IM with a bit of an overall strategy, and then that becomes more specialised depending on the individual athlete. So everyone's going to be looking to go out with that easy speed in butterfly, but if you know that you're a super strong 200 flyer, you can probably push that first leg out a little bit harder than everyone else. Same thing goes if you're not quite as strong in the butterfly, you'll be sitting back further waiting for your opportunity to shine in the event that you are better than others at.
That first 50 was a great 50, the butterfly leg from Sophia McEwen, a name that we're quite familiar actually in the Australian swimming world is McEwen. And so in the butterfly leg, they're now into her second 25 of her backstroke leg, but coming through here, Georgie Skinner, she's a great little backstroker, Georgie. As you can see, she's got a nice stroke. It's smooth, it flows nicely. Coming into that breaststroke term, she's caught up a lot of ground in that backstroke leg.
Yeah, and she actually went into that wall with a smooth finish and came out strong off the breaststroke, split stroke. So already gained a little bit of a lead over Sophia in lane 3. But we do watch out for this leg of this IM, because those breaststrokers, we always know they are lurking. They are waiting to make their move here. So we can see our swimmer Amanda Shen in lane 4. She's closing the gap a little bit on Sophia as well here. Now, I know Sophia is an awesome freestyler, so we'll see if she has the legs to come back at Georgie in this final 50. But so far, 3/4 of the way through this race, Georgie Skinner in lane 5 looking amazing.
The benefit of touching this wall in the breaststroke first, though, is you do get an advantage coming off that wall into the freestyle. We know that freestyle is faster than breaststroke, so coming off first and touching first actually does give you a bit of an advantage leading to that last 50.
100%. We kind of look at it and say, whatever the gap or the lead is into that wall, you're pretty much expected to double off the wall. The sooner you can get into that freestyle and get moving, that gap is just going to widen.
Georgie Skinner really came through here in the backstroke leg, and she's only gone further and further ahead, and she's going to touch the wall in first place in this heat in a time of 2:39.87. Great swim by her and a massive drop from her entry time.
Sophia finishing second there in a time of 2:47.82, and Luciana Craig over in lane 1 had a really strong freestyle leg and has touched the wall in that 3rd place spot from heat 1. Some good starts out of heat 2 there. Amelia Aronimo in lane 1 was up and stroking quickly, as was Lily Lynch with a fast reaction time. But coming through onto the wall, it is Yolanda Wu who leads us in this butterfly leg.
Yolanda looking really strong in this butterfly leg here. She's smooth, she's fast. Coming into the backstroke, we'll see if she can continue her dominant lead there by a body length. The great thing about our timed finals today is that each heat gets faster with their entry times, but it also means that they aren't seated within the heat. So we are going to see times that are similar to the outside lanes as well, because
yeah, so what happens when all of these races are time finals? Our fastest heat is the final one, and then the times get a little bit slower each 10 swimmers that we have. That means that their entry times are all super close together, but these early heats, there's a lot of opportunity for improvement. So we haven't had that many races. We're still fairly early in our short course season. We have state short course coming up in September for these age groupers, and for our open swimmers just next month, about 3 weeks away. So we're looking to see some drops. We have been seeing some massive drops amongst our athletes, sometimes like 20 seconds coming off 200s, which is pretty crazy to see. But we tend to see a lot closer races when everyone's seated around that same entry time.
She's led basically from start to finish. She put that body length on in that butterfly leg, and she's kept it here. Yolanda Wu in lane 4. Just behind her, Lily Lynch in lane 3 from Cheltenham. Great swim from Yolanda in a time of 2:39.56. Second there, Lily Lynch, 2:41.81.
Heat 3 underway here now. Lane 9 was out quickly. Z Lee, 14.75 at that first turn, as was Renee Lister on the far side of the pool, so outside lanes going fast early on in this 200 IM.
Touching first in the wall there, Z Lee. She is from Surrey Park Swimming Club, one of our more dominant clubs here in Victoria. Great to see lots of swimmers from there competing here over the weekend. And she touched the wall first in the butterfly, but she's continued her lead in this backstroke leg as well.
Yeah, a bit of depth in Surrey Park at the moment. We saw them come up and get a few sneaky medals in those relays earlier today. But it's been a great backstroke leg from lane 6. Mika Tharpa swimming for Ivanhoe Swim. She might have just shifted herself into that first place position.
Interestingly, in individual medley, we have our backstroke to breaststroke turn. There are a couple of options for the swimmers. Depending on what they prefer, they do, though, have to touch on their back. They can't touch on their side or their stomach. They do have to touch on their back.
Now, that's something that's been a little bit controversial over the last few years. We have seen some really big name disqualifications at world-class events because of that ruling. What are your thoughts on it, Sian? How can we do it better, and how can we teach our juniors better so they're not scared of it, seeing those elite guys make mistakes like that?
Well, that flip turn where you're flipping on the side, so you've got a few options. You can flip directly backwards when you touch the wall. You can flip on your side, but ensuring you're touching on the back there. And then also you can do a touch turn. And obviously we know flipping is faster, but it also means that it's harder to teach, and there is a greater opportunity for you to actually get disqualified, because if you decide to do that sort of side flip, you've got to make sure that you finish on your back. So we do see that is quite a technical turn, and I think if you teach it from a young age, then you've got the fundamentals there. Coming into the wall, Lucinda Draper, 2:38.10. What a great swim from her. Second in the outside lane in lane 0, 2:42.56. All these girls are 13 and 14. We've got a 1-16-year-old there, Lucinda Draper. But teaching those turns at a young age, Kalia, is super important. The flips are faster. Obviously, comes with that a bit more not being able to have as much oxygen, and it's just about learning, really. And this is what these swimmers are doing in here. And
what better opportunity to practice these elite level skills Then here at our 2024 Victorian Metropolitan Championships, thanks to UNCLOUD Victoria, our anti-vaping campaign, new major partner of SwimVic. We're excited to have them as our naming partner this season. If you've been tuning into our live stream, you will have seen our advertisements being shown on screen before and after the session.
And not only is vaping a horrible habit that a lot of young people have been picking up, but we're in a sport where lung capacity is one of the biggest elements. And so having that there and raising awareness and being able to have a partnership with Vic Health to amplify that campaign is really great. Having a great swim over this side of the pool and a great little battle going on in lane 7 and 8. Taylor Miller from Melton Swimming Club and Olivia Toe from Nunawading Swimming Club. Great little battle here in the breaststroke leg. We'll see coming through though in lane 5. We do have Hayley Warren from Surrey Park coming through nicely in this breaststroke leg.
Yeah, it's definitely going to come down to this freestyle 50. There's 3 girls up the front here, all battling it out in heat 4. Taylor Miller, she wants it. She come off that wall quickly. Good underwater skills, but Olivia Toe is breathing towards her, trying to close that gap as they turn for their final 25 here in the 200 IM.
Taylor Miller leading here. She had Olivia Toe and Hayley Warren come at her in that breaststroke leg, but I think she might just have enough lead to hold on and get the win in this heat in a time of 2:35.31. Olivia Toe not far behind her, 2:36.45, and Hayley Warren 2:37.49. Heat 5 of 9 in the water now. We have a few not swimming in here. It is Sunday afternoon. We have had a big weekend of racing here, so we might start to see a few pull out of certain races, either saving themselves up or for other races, depending on what they might have entered in. A couple of decisions made based off how they would have swum yesterday, so we might see a few withdrawals in our heats to come.
Yeah, and there's definitely a few different focuses going on when it is session 4. So some of these athletes are still searching for those state qualifying times. So the times today they can use to compete at the Victorian State Age or Open Championships. We also have some athletes who will be looking to move up into some medal positions. It's always nice to come home from a competition like this with a bit of bling around your neck. So if you have a good opportunity in one race, you might take yourself out of another to secure that little sneaky medal spot. But as the girls come down into the halfway mark, it is still Ali Yap. She took it out strong in the butterfly. She's held on through the backstroke, but Jeongmin Abriel won over in 0, had a really nice backstroke leg there, pushed herself up into second position. So keep an eye out for these breaststrokers. I always say it, but they do sit and wait a little bit for this leg of the IM.
They definitely do. I know a couple of breaststrokers that are really quick at these 200 IMs due to that breaststroke leg. Again, I think it's an aspect of getting in front on that breaststroke leg and having the opportunity and advantage to actually come out onto that freestyle in front. So in here, lane 6, Shelby Morgan really coming through here. Touching the wall first here into the freestyle leg. Let's see if she can hold off Ella Yap from Surrey Park.
She swam a nice race, Shelby. She turns into the final 25 now, just holding off Ella Yap. A little bit of an attack from this outside lane in Teal Williams. She's trying to come up into that placing spot there next to Ella, but it will be Shelby Morgan swimming for Western Propulsion. 2:34.29, Ella Yap second, 2:36.65, and Teal Williams in third, 2:36.90.
Heat 6 in the water now. Onto that backstroke leg. Great backstroke from lane 6. Keela enters. What a great backstroke leg this has been. Heading into the breaststroke turn. She decides to do that flip turn, which has been great.
Yeah, she went into it. You could see what she was setting it up for. It wasn't probably the smoothest transition, but she came off it really well on that underwater split stroke. So a nice job there from Kayla, one of the younger swimmers here as well. Just 14 years old, having a crack and doing an awesome swim. Watch out on the other side of the pool though, Maisie Graves in 1. Also pushing through nicely on this breaststroke leg.
Coming into the wall now for this last 50. It's been a great breaststroke leg from Kyla Entons. Hopefully she can hold it for this freestyle. Hopefully she's given herself enough room to really go in here into the last turn and bring it home.
Yeah, look at the big kick Maisie Graves has brought in. She's closed that gap down to just 1 second now. With 25 meters left, just 10 meters and closing. Kayla under the flags first. Can she hold off a fast approaching Maisie? It will come down to touch. It's exactly equal. A very exciting swim there from the girls.
Great swim. We haven't seen many draws here, but these girls going the exact same times with a great last 50 from Maisie Graves. in the pool now. We have heat 7 of 9. So as our heats go on, they are getting faster, and a great first 50 there. 31.24, pretty nifty time for your first 50 of butterfly at the age of 15.
That's a pretty swift start in an IM. Hopefully she's confident in that butterfly leg and it's not going to fatigue her too much for the rest of the race. You have to keep in mind there is still 150 metres to go after that fly leg.
Lovely backstrokes from all of the girls here, keeping their heads nice and still, flowing really nicely, coming down to the wall.
So she's maintained that lead off the back to breast turn. 2 seconds between her, and we've got a pile of girls around the same time at the halfway mark here. So we start to see a little bit of a shift in gears. Picking up the pace.
Amelia Otto coming through there really nicely. She's a great little breaststroker. Did the 100 breaststroke yesterday, 1:14, so she should come through here in the breaststroke. But maybe GU has put just a little bit too much distance on her for her to catch up.
You can almost see Amelia just slightly looking to her left towards where GU is to close that gap and make sure she's actually catching up and making up that ground.
GU has led from start to finish, but Amelia is really giving her a bit of a challenge. It's not her way the whole way, so we'll see what this last 25 brings us.
Look, it looks to me that she was just a little bit stronger on those skills, particularly that last turn. She's really cemented the lead here, and she will get that touch. 2:28.07 GU ahead of Amelia Otto, 2:28.63, and Amelie Theophanous Madison in third there, 2:32.75.
Heat 8 in the water now. Great start from Mia Yo in lane 3. Good little butterflyer, we do know, so she will use her strengths here. Good underwater. As you can see, her hips are high in the butterfly there. She's got a nice flow to her stroke. That's what we want to see in butterfly. That's a good butterfly there.
Absolutely, and as we come through to these later heats, this is heat 8 out of 9 and the following heat as well, we're seeing these slightly older, more experienced athletes. We've seen them race before, so we know where their strengths lie. Mia, we do know, obviously, great butterfly swimmer. And then some other swimmers in this race as well. Rihanna Chen, good flyer too, so she went out in that second place spot as well. No surprise there. Keep your eye on Sione Kinzet in lane 4. She's a great backstroke. She's already started to make a lot of ground on the field here.
A touch turn there from Mia, and then a flip turn there from Sione. Let's see if Mia can hold this in the breaststroke leg.
And this is what we have talked about before, those crossovers in stroke. Quite often we don't see those butterflies doing as well in the breaststroke leg of IMs, and Sione Kinzet is actually making up a lot of ground within this 50 metre. She turned slightly over a second behind at the end of the backstroke, and she's closed that up nicely. She's come up alongside Mia now, so it's going to be a race for this final 50 onto the wall.
It is, so we'll see who has the better of the turn out of these two. Mia, I think, had the better underwater there, so it'll be a good little battle here. Don't discount next to Mia, though, Rihanna Chen. She's putting in a good freestyle leg here as well, so good battle between these three on the last 25 metres.
Yeah, Rihanna Chen just split a 16.6 compared to the other girls. Mia was 17 and Sione 18. So Rihanna with the speed, but it looks like Mia's going to hold them off in this final lap. That bit of endurance background she's got just shining there down the final 25. And she'll take out heat 8 in a time of 2:24.54. Rihanna Chen there, 2:25.40 and Sione 2:25.53.
Into our 9th and final heat. This is our fastest timed final heat of this afternoon. As we said before, in these later heats, we will see our more experienced swimmers. Some names that we've already seen this morning, like Greta Seville in the 400. She won the 400 freestyle earlier. Now she's in the 200 IM. This is all of what this competition is about, race after race after race.
Not the easiest events to back up from. 400 free, coming out of that into a 200 IM, really heavy middle distance work. And you'll probably see these girls back it up again in some of the 100s later on, maybe another 200. So they're big, heavy programs, especially it's getting later on this Sunday afternoon. You've had a full day of racing yesterday. And it becomes down to not only who has the most fitness and who's done the most training and best recovery, but also who's the toughest.
Yeah, Stella Salamone putting on a great show here in that first 100 metre of the flying backstroke. Not far behind her, though, in lane 3, Ashley Dunn from Caulfield Aquatic. And having a great swim over in lane 9, Kiara Jeffs, another one that we have seen in the 400. She had a great 400 freestyle as well, so look to see her come through in the freestyle. She's a good freestyler.
Yeah, I'm getting the feeling that Kira didn't race a lot of short course this season, because we've seen her swimming out of lane 0 and lane 9 quite often, but she's been right up in amongst these top girls in the races, coming away with some medals as well. So I have to wonder if, yeah, this is one of her earlier comps of the season, and she's just trying to get those new personal bests now.
Romy Hurd had a really beautiful breaststroke leg there, coming into the freestyle. Stella Salamone really leading, and it looks like she will still turn in front with 25 metres to go. She's had a ripper of a swim so far, not having it all her way. Romy Hurd definitely coming for her.
Yeah, I don't quite think this last minute attempt from Romy's going to be enough to get there. So Stella will hang on for the win. She went out strong and held on to 20.76. Romy Hurd in second, 220.89. And Ashley Dunn sneaks in there for third, 223.72. Alrighty guys, it's time to strap in for event 75. This is the men's 13-year-olds 200 metre individual medley, and we have 12 heats of boys competing in this event this afternoon.
It's a lot of young boys here to compete in the 200 IM. Obviously, it is the first individual race for our boys this morning, or should I say men. Some are boys, some are men. Might see some men later on in the other heats, but these really are our boys, 13, 14 years of age. Some of these young boys would have competed last year at this competition, probably in the morning as 12-year-olds. So this might be the first time they're up with the older competitors racing against them.
Yeah, look, if yesterday afternoon is anything to go on, we certainly had some men, some 32-year-olds, some 40-year-olds competing, having a real crack and being up there with those medalists and results. So it was great to see such a great age range between these youngsters at 13 and 14, and then our masters age swimmers. It's a really nice opportunity for these guys to see what those times are going to be being swum in the final heats. And they can kind of watch and see their skills and watch their race plans play out in front of their eyes. And they've got something to work towards in the future.
Having a good breaststroke leg here is Thomas in lane 4. He's starting to come through. Over the other side of the pool, we have Sichang also having a good breaststroke leg coming down to the turn, and we'll see what they can do in this last 50 of freestyle.
Yeah, it's been a great swim from Heat 1. Looking at their split times, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some more big personal best swims in this first heat.
Sichang Wang having a great breaststroke leg and now a great freestyle leg. He's being challenged a little bit by Thomas in lane 4, so we'll see who gets their hand on the wall first. It is Sichang in a time of 2:39.56 and Thomas in a time of 2:39.61, so only 0.05 behind Sichang. As Kalia just said, smashing their entry times. Great work overall.
Heat 2 in the water now. Lane 6, Hugo Carson, really good underwater on that first lap of butterfly. Choosing to stay under a little longer than the other boys. Looking pretty nice early on from lane 0. We have seen a lot of fast swims from outside lanes. Is Campbell Mills from Ivanhoe Swim. He'll turn in second just behind Hugo. And third place after that butterfly leg is Marco French in lane 7. So a bit of a spread across the field. We tend to see this a little bit in our IM events. You might see some shifting over the next couple of 50-meter legs.
Lane 6 here. Hugo Carson having a great swim. Also over out in lane 0. Campbell Mills both having really ripper swims here. The freestyle leg looking strong. Their kicks, their 6-beat kicks really coming in. Their arms are starting to increase their stroke rate.
As they turn into that final 25, our leaders about 5 meters clear of the other swimmers in the pool. Hugo Carson, he has done it from start to end. In front, he'll come down 2:30.30. Campbell in second, 2:31.63. And that looks like Jacob JT Guhan in third there, 2:37.67. Heat 4 underway with Lane Thwaites popping up very fast off that underwater, not wasting any time getting into his butterfly stroke. Gordon Chen over in 0, very strong, nice smooth butterfly. We just see those arms barely making it over the top of the water, but that just means he's not overexpending on energy, so very smart swimming for that first leg in this IM.
Both our outside lanes of 0 and 9, Gordon Chen and Alric Wong, having great butterfly legs, also keeping that momentum in the backstroke. Coming through though in lane 3 here, Lane Thwaites, and also in lane 7, Jamie Dong. Let's see if our lane 9 of Alric Wong can keep the lead in this breaststroke leg.
Now, not only has Alric maintained his lead in this breaststroke, he's actually pulled away from the rest of the field there. So he's got a great lead into this freestyle. We'll probably see that distance be almost doubled. He's got about 10 meters on Gordon Chen, who turned in second there. Not far behind was Jamie Dong from Surrey Park. We're starting to see Nathan Rogers move through, looking for those minor placings within Heat 3, but Alric out in lane 9, just swam his own race, head down, flags to wall. Good lad, 223.27. Gordon Chen will come in second, 229.74. And third place will go to Lane Thwaites, 232.51.
In the water now, Heat 4 in this butterfly leg. Lane 3 there from Nunawading. Byron Jang having a good 50 fly leg. Touching first, not far behind him though, Leon Vidal in lane 6.
Now, what is going to be interesting about this heat is there's actually quite a lot of boys who are good breaststrokers in this one. So we'll probably see them be a little bit closer together as we come down to the touch in the backstroke. But then it's anyone's race when they come into the breaststroke because they are all really, really strong at this breaststroke leg.
And it'll come down to who's willing to really push that breaststroke leg. Sometimes in an individual medley, you know that in the butterfly, the backstroke, the breaststroke, you've got other strokes that you've got to do afterwards. So there is a mental aspect of trying to hold off and save yourself for those other strokes. So in this breaststroke, we'll see who wants to push it so that they set themselves up for that freestyle leg. As we're saying earlier, it is beneficial and an advantage if you touch the wall first from the breaststroke to the freestyle.
Now Byron there in that first leg, you could see him really accelerating and driving forward through the breaststroke stroke, but Leon Vidal in lane 6, he's also come up alongside him in this second lap of it. So these guys are going to touch pretty much together, about 0.1 between them, and it's all going to be who's got the legs left in this 50 freestyle.
Leon Vidal just turning first there ahead of Byron. He's really put on the afterburners in this freestyle leg. Now about a body length in front of Byron, and he's going to come down to the wall and touch first at a time of 2:22.56. Lots of claps up behind us. Really great time from the 14-year-old from Ivanhoe Swim. Another great time from Byron Jeng over from Nunawading, also 14 years of age.
Off to a quick start in Heat 5. Hugh Fithy going out under that 30-second barrier, really pushing it out, trying to drag a few of these boys along with him in one of the earlier heats here. Got an entry time of 2:31, so the boys in the last heat went around that 2:22, 2:24. Definitely got some potential to drop some time in this race.
It's a great backstroke leg there from Hugh Fithy. We'll see what he can do in the breaststroke and freestyle leg. He's put quite a lead on the rest of the swimmers in this race so far.
His breaststroke's looking really nice too. Archie Bonga over in lane 2, sitting in second. We're having a really good swim from Jack Trianides in lane 9, the swimmer from PLC. But Hugh Fithy swimming for Nunawading out of lane 5. Definitely just charging forward in the zone, swimming his own race, not worried about where anyone else is, because he's kind of left them behind.
He has. Not only did he have a great breaststroke leg, he then put more distance on in that breaststroke leg. So great all-round 200 IM here from Hugh Fithy, coming into his last 25 metres. I don't think anyone's going to catch him from here. He's got 15 metres, 10 metres on most of the field. So coming down under the flags now onto the wall in a time of 2:20.19. Another great swim over in lane 2 by Archie Bonga. And then in lane 9, Jack in a time of 2:28.42. So a lot of these swimmers going around that 10-second PB mark from their entry time.
Imagine a 10-second drop being your average drop.
I just can't believe that we're actually saying that. I don't think that I've ever seen such large drops from not 1, 2, 3, 4 swimmers. It's almost all of them.
That's just it. You sometimes see those outliers, those little outside smokers from lane 9 with a nice big drop, but even then, like, 10 seconds is almost an entire lap of this pool.
It is. And Carlia, what do you think that is? Obviously, we're early in our short course season. A lot of these swimmers probably haven't raced since national age, so What do you actually think it is that's making them drop so much time over probably a short period of time?
I have to wonder if it has something to do with us being about, a couple of years post our COVID lockdown, our pandemic. We tended to have an interesting return to the sport after that. There was a lot of questioning whether, with competitions coming up, whether we just got kids racing up quickly or we spent longer trying to improve skills and technique and fitness, and that's kind of the option I think a lot of coaches took. So that whole first year was really spent establishing good characteristics in our athletes, so those good technique elements, those good skill elements. And now that they've had a year of doing those and improving them, they've started to add speed in. And I think that's what we're seeing here. That's what this result is. We have these good technical elements, and now we've added the speed on top, and we're getting these awesome swims from really young athletes.
We know how important developing skills and technique is at a young age. And a lot of these athletes, they would have been 9, 10, 11, 12, at a time where we weren't allowed to swim. And we're talking 12 to 18 months there, potentially out of the water or in and out of the water with our lockdowns, at a time where we build the fitness, we build the skills, and we build the fundamentals of the sport. So I think you're very right there in that we've had now 12, 18 months, 2 years, so actually build it back into our athletes, and we're seeing the shift really happen now. Coming into the wall now in lane 4, he's had a great 200 individual medley, 2:21.63. Again, as we were just talking about, dropping that time. Same with lane 2, Oscar, 2:24.49.
Up underway with heat 7 in the water of our men's 13 and over 200 metre individual medley. Strong out was Tommy Golding in lane 8 from Ivanhoe Swim. Coming through though on this second lap, James Hay. Plenty of oxygen going into those lungs, getting ready for the middle 2 sections, the backstroke and breaststroke, often the deciding factors in these IM races.
It's a close race at the moment between lanes 6, 8, 4 and 0. All these athletes having a really nice backstroke leg, coming down to the wall. It looks like it will be lane 0 over there. Cade Faulkner leading the way into the breaststroke leg.
Yeah, now we saw Cade lead us into that wall in the backstroke. Didn't have the best touch, so kind of lost a bit of momentum. James Hay took absolute advantage of that. Absolutely smashed it on that underwater and split stroke, and he's already pushed out to almost a second in front of the lead there.
Coming down 10 metres to go in this breaststroke leg. Now, I don't know about you, Kalia, but I always found in 200 individual medleys, the freestyle leg just felt a little bit different to freestyle races. There was something about it that I can't quite put my finger on. It felt like a bit of a different freestyle. I think because you'd used so many other muscles in your body through the other strokes, it hurt more. It was a bit more of a sting in that freestyle.
100% have to agree with you there, Sian. The freestyle leg, especially after just completing the breaststroke, which is so tough on the legs, so shins are burning. That makes this freestyle so difficult to try and bring in that 6-beat kick. It looks to me like James Hay will hold on there for the win in Heat 7. He's gone 2:24.12. Thomas Nayland there second, 2:24.57. And Cade Faulkner out of 0. He hangs on for a minor placing there in 2:24.61. Close race after the first 50 of butterfly in Heat 8 there. Only 2 100ths separated Brian Wong and Thomas Radford. Great backstroke swim there by Samuel Hartley out of lane 5. Shifting through into that first place spot. Radford, the better of the underwaters though, out in lane 9. Came up ahead. Let's see who has this better breaststroke leg. They seem to be the ones to watch now. Just pulling away a little bit from the other boys in the field. They've got about a second on those boys who are side by side in 6 and 7.
Having a great race and breaststroke leg out here in lane 9. Thomas Radford, he's going to touch first through onto the freestyle leg. We'll see if he can hold the half a body length lead that he's being able to gain in that breaststroke leg.
Radford, definitely one of those examples of swimmers who made a decision about their underwaters and day in, day out, complete them to the best of their ability. He's really known for off the starts, hitting that 15-metre mark time and time again. So always been so skillful, and it's that work that he's done at training that's helped him out in this race. He will get the win here, 2:19.20. Just narrowly ahead of Samuel Hartley on 2:19.43. And Tyler Miette will finish third there, 2:20.48.
Heat 9 now in the water, and it's quite even across our 4, 5, 2, 0 and 1 lanes. Coming out from underwater is such a crucial part of all of our short course racing, especially in the backstroke leg here. Coming into the second lap of the backstroke leg. Again, it's still lane 5, 4 and 2 leading this race. Austin Bartlett from Nunawading in lane 4, having a great backstroke leg. Let's see if he can hold it into the breaststroke. He really pulled away in the backstroke leg here, Austin, and he has just gained and gained, and he'll touch the wall first here in a 2:15.45. Great time from him, 5 seconds under his entry time. In second there, Will Leo, again under the entry time, 2:19.63.
Heat 10 of 12 in the water now. Lots of familiar names and faces in the pool leading us around. It's Byron Ward swimming out of lane 3. He's gone through in a 12.8, pretty swift for the first lap of butterfly in this IM. We'll start to see some shifts through here. Harry Luo got a great turn and underwater there. Almost popped up right beside Byron in this backstroke. Kynan Power out in lane 7, swimmer from Lilydale, absolutely charging through this backstroke leg. See what he can do on this second lap and how it transfers through into that breaststroke. He's just really lifted that rate. He's looking great, sitting up nice and high, comes into that turn. Few different choices there. A couple of the guys opting for that crossover. A few still doing that touch turn. In the midst of competition, it's whatever you are used to, whatever you're confident doing and you think you can get the best out of yourself in. Feels very much like a bit of a game of cat and mouse. It was Byron after the butterfly, Kynan after the backstroke, and now Byron back leading us in the breaststroke leg. A couple of those boys in the middle, Darcy Stewart starting to make his way into this play as well. But we turn now for the final 50. There's about 1 second separating the top 4 here. We'll tough it out for these last 2 laps. And that will do it. Byron Ward, Melbourne Swimming Club, 2:13.68 to take out Heat 10. Kynan Power in second there, 2:15.02. And Darcy Stewart third, 2:16.
In the water now, heat 11 of 12. So our boys in this heat are starting to get a little bit older than the ones we've seen before. In lane 2, 24 years of age, Robbie Dillison. We are used to seeing him in the open water events and the distance freestyle events. But at this meet, he's been trialing a few different things. We saw him in the 50 freestyle and the 100 breaststroke yesterday, having great swims. So we'll see what him and the other boys can do in this race in a 200 IM. Robbie has started to pull away now in the backstroke leg. Not far behind him though in lane 5. We've got Ethan Ravensdale, and also in lane 3, Hamish Robson coming into the breaststroke. We did see Robbie do breaststroke yesterday, so we know he can do the breaststroke leg. Also, being the distance freestyle, we know he's going to have that aerobic capacity in the back end of this race. So we'll see if he gains on the lead that he's already been able to make on the other athletes, which looks like that's exactly what he's doing right now.
Yeah, sitting around 2 seconds in front. That's going to be hard to make up the distance for over the 2 laps left of freestyle. Very close here for second and third between Hamish Robson and Ethan Ravensdale. And then the rest of the field all sitting pretty close together as well. So some close races within this race.
And Robbie comes into the wall in a time of 2:07.65. In second, 2:10.65, lane 5, Ethan Ravensdale will just no doubt that time of 2:07.65 because these are timed finals and anyone can grab a medal from any heat here this afternoon. And looking at the entry times of our final heat, Heat 12, about to get into the water, the 2:07's up there with the other competitors.
It certainly is, particularly at this point in the day. We're starting to see a few of those athletes just begin feeling that fatigue, a lot of backing up, a lot of races over a short 2-day competition. So anything can happen and not everyone's going to be performing the whole time. Although I'll say that and they'll probably all do 10-second personal best, Sean.
We did say this earlier. They are doing massive personal bests, including the older athletes that we're seeing here in this last final race of the 200-metre medley. Taking it out nicely there, Felix Dressel de Bruin, known for his breaststroke races. Next to him as well, Harvey Lark. Also, he is more well known for his distance freestyle. Did have a very lovely 200 back yesterday though, so he will come through here, but watch for Felix to come through in that breaststroke leg.
Yeah, it's exciting to see Felix this far up in front before the breaststroke. So we know that he has such a strong breaststroke leg. We expect him to push through in this, particularly against Harvey, not so known for that breaststroke. We know Harvey will come back in the freestyle, so there's a nice little pairing there, nice little matchup, and I think it's going to be a close swim.
I think so too, and I think that's really interesting to note is Harvey is stronger in that butterfly backstroke freestyle, Felix in the breaststroke, and they're sort of the two kind of 200 IMs that we tend to see, but I'm actually quite impressed with the breaststroke leg that Harvey is pulling out here, along with lane 3, Joshua Witkowski. They're all neck in neck here, and I think it's going to be who comes down to who wants it a little bit more.
But look at the turn there from Joshua Witkowski. He came into that wall in second and flew off it. He's already a second in front in 1 lap.
Yeah, and that's what the short course racing comes down to. It's the turns, it's the power, it's the underwater, and Joshua has done that in the last 100 metres of that race. 2:03.98, 2:05.00 from Harvey there, and then Felix finishing off with a 2:06.54. Noting that that time done by Robbie in the heat before would have placed 5th in that heat, so 6th, sorry. So great to see that.
Event 76 on your program in the water now. This is the women's 50-metre backstroke for Multiclass. Now, we have spoken a little bit about the multi-class events throughout the weekend, but if you are just now tuning into our live stream, our multi-class races are not determined by who gets their hand on the wall first. It is who completes the race the closest to the world record in their individual classification.
Coming down to the wall there, Ruby Halliday from MLC Aquatic. She's gone 0.5 under her entry time, so good time for her, as well as Madeline Fox. We saw her earlier in the mixed able and para body relay. She went 2 seconds under her entry time. Great swims from all 4 athletes there.
It's the men's turn now for event 77, 50-metre backstroke for our multi-class athletes. Some well-known names in this field. Over in lane 0, Ahmed Kelly, 5-time Paralympian, our Victorian champion, soon Victoria Para-Athlete of the Year.
Along with Hamish Keenan in lane 5. He was our age group Victorian Paraswimmer of the Year. Great time from those boys there. I think they'll be happy with that.
Some PBs as well, by the looks of it, compared to entry times.
Great PBs. Ahmed just coming down under the flags now. So excited to watch him at the Paralympics in late August, early September. Good luck to him, and lovely to see him here racing this week and a hit out before the big one. For those watching at home, I hope you enjoy 100-metre freestyle, because we are about to see 43 heats of it, 25 of them female, 18 boys. And this is the first of our 43 heats here this afternoon. We have Lily Gumley. She's only 13 from Melbourne Swimming Club in lane 3. Eva Murray, Flyers Swim Team, 14 years of age in lane 4. And Sia Coe, 13 years of age from Surrey Park Swimming Club. Off to a great start is Eva in lane 4. With 25 metres to swim, Eva Murray has led it from start to finish. She came out of those blocks so fast, and she's going to come under the flags and into the wall in a blistering time of 1:06.31. Great swim from Eva, as well as Lily and Sia.
The girls in heat 2 in the water now. And very even across the start there. All the girls popping up around the same time in this beautiful straight line. All of these entry times sitting around that 1:10 mark. So wouldn't it be nice to see as many as possible go under that 1:10? We might see some 1:09s, maybe even some sneaky 1:08s would be really exciting for our afternoon here at MSAC. And they're definitely setting themselves up nicely. Hayley Tan going around there in a 31.99. The other girls in the heat sitting around that 32, 33 mark, so still definitely in with a chance of breaking that 1:10 here.
She started off quickly and she's finishing quickly, getting a little bit challenged by lane 6, Ali Hutchinson, but I do think lane 2, just by 0.02 of a second, got it there. Hayley Tan over Ali Hutchinson.
Loved that celebration then from Ali. Second in the heat, but celebrated like she just won a medal at the Olympics. The face lit up, the hands lit up. Look at that big grin.
Speaking of the Olympics, Kalia, we spoke about this briefly this morning, the rich history that we have in the 100-metre freestyle women's. We love a relay. There's such an opportunity there for our young girls to go and actually watch the Olympics, either the replay after, you know, it is on early in the mornings, but we did see our women 4x100 freestyle win the gold medal this morning. Do you think that that's given some of these girls a bit of an inspiration?
100%, I think so. This 100 freestyle, not only that, it's such a fun event to race. It's sprinty sprint, you just get up and have some fun. It's obvious that people enjoy it, being that we have 25 heats in our women's race this afternoon. And we wouldn't have that if people didn't like to do it. So seeing those Olympians compete and just the depth in Australian swimming within this event, if we'd taken our next 4 fastest girls, they basically would have been in that top 8 final as well. So that's pretty incredible to have that many athletes performing at a world-class times level.
Sophia Griffith there getting her hand on the wall first in a time of 1:07.57. We also know that freestyle tends to be the stroke that we all learn first from a very young age. It's our aerobic-based stroke that we all train. So most people that are, or most athletes that are swimmers can definitely get in there and do a good freestyle race. And I think that's why we see such a large amount of entries in all of these competitions.
Absolutely. Definitely across this winter and this short course period of our swimming, this is where we're trying to build up that aerobic base. We're really trying to put the hard work in now to see the results come through at the end of this season and in our long course season. So, I mean, I don't know about you, Sean, but I have done countless sets of 31s, of 41s, I hate to say it, 50, 100s. Just repeats of aerobic freestyle over and over and over.
You'd think that being backstrokers, butterflies, breaststrokers, we don't do that much freestyle, but I can tell you now we definitely do a lot of it. Yolanda Wu, 104.11, touching the wall there first. A great swim from her. We saw her earlier in the 200 IM, so good backup from her as well.
Yeah, she's just 13 years of age, so I know I've said the name over this weekend, and we keep seeing her pop up in these races, coming out with some really great PBs. Definitely one to watch in the future in the lead up to our short course championships for those age groupers in September.
We might have 25 heats of the women, but they are going super fast. 100-meter freestyle, heat 5. Turning at first on the wall there in a 14.4, Karina Trabuco. She's having a flyer of a first 50, turning in 30.57. Let's see if she can hold on for the back 50 meters. Getting her hand on the wall, she did hold that second 50 beautifully. 1:04.24 there. Great job by all those female swimmers. Heat 6 in the water now. Maggie Zhang taking it out from Caulfield Aquatics, 13 years of age, 30.46 feet on the wall there. Good turn. She's got a lovely stroke. It's nice and smooth. She's sitting high in the water. What we want to see from our swimmers here is it really will look like they're not trying that hard, but it means that their strokes are really technically beautiful. I tell you what, though, they're definitely trying hard, and Maggie Zhang, 10 meters to go, she led it from start to finish under the flags, touching the wall now in a time of 1:03.61. I think she'll be very happy with that swim. And a lovely finish there by Ruby Morgan, 104.55. Great swim by her. Heat 8 in the water now, very close in that first turn there, but Georgie Skinner, who we did just see do a great 200 IM, looks to be leading the way into this first turn.
We know she's had a great meet so far, Sian. She has done some awesome personal best times. She's dragging this heat around. Lily Lynch over in 0 also having a ripper. She's turned into 31.12 in second. So the race is coming from 0 and 6. Looks like Lily in that third 25, just moving herself 7/100ths of a second in front. They're not breathing towards each other. They don't know where the other person is in this swim. Under the flags, Georgie might have just regained that lead. Cat and mouse all day. It will be Georgie Skinner, 104.76. Lily Lynch in second there. In a time of 105.09. As we move on now to Heat 9.
Great first 50 there from Emma Grave in lane 6, and not far behind her, Jodie Moe in lane 4. But it really looks like Emma Grave is taking it out. She is from Cardinia Piranhas Swim Club. Let's see if she can hold on heading into the last 10 metres of this race.
It's been really nice to see a few of these Cardinia Piranhas kids coming up at these Metropolitan Championships. Her teammate in lane 5 in that race as well. So Emma Grave with the win, 103.93. She'll take out Heat 9. Second place, Ayla Kukchanik in a time of 106.16.
Heat 10 in the water now, going through in that first 50, 31.13 by Evie Theodore. It's a bit of an even race here though. Leading into that last 25, we'll see who can put on their afterburners and get their hand on the wall first. Coming down to the wall now, we'll see who gets their hand. It actually is a dead heat between Evie Theodore in lane 4 and Jemima Hale in lane 7, 105.03. Great times from those girls.
Once again in heat 11, seeing a great swim from our outside lanes. They're turning first and third. The divider in that center lane, Bridie Walsh in second. So it's Amelia Lamb in 9, going out in a 30.5, not too far behind them was Alessia Bambino. And they are still your 1, 2, 3 leaders here. Spread across the pool. Till Williams trying to come back quickly, but looks like Amelia Lamb is going to have done enough in that first 50 to secure this win. 103.71 her time. Bridie Walsh in second, 104.16. And Till Williams in third, 105.04. Lane 7 going out super fast there. Layla McGuinness from MSC. She's one of our swimmers from the Geelong campus. She'll turn in a 29.8, so one of our faster first 50-metre splits so far in these heats. At that third 25 turn, still our leader, not far behind, Ava Thickens from Yarra Plenty Waves. And they are going to be the ones to beat as we come down under the flags. Layla looking the goods here though. She'll get her hand on the wall first. It's a nice time there, 102.50. That is a nice drop from her entry time. Heat 13 in the water now. We are past that halfway point of our heats for the women's 13 and over 100-metre freestyle. Eloise Pride got off the blocks quickly and up and racing fast. She led us through in a time of 14.04. She's going to get her feet on the wall at that 50-metre split in a time of 29.86. Following her around was Zoe Fabre in lane 5, swimmer from Ringwood Swimming Club. They're starting to shift gears and step away from the rest of this field. Does anyone have anything left in the tank for this final 25? Eloise and Zoe, not much between them at all. Eloise might have just done enough to maintain the lead. Start to finish comes down to touch. It will be Eloise 103.02, just ahead of Zoe there, 103.24. It was a nice turn there in lane 3 by Kayla Enters. She went into the wall second, but came out in front of Alice Sharp out in lane 9, who took it out quickly in a time of 30.77. Coming through quickly is Hope Christian. We've seen her finish off these 100s and 200s very fast. A little bit of a glide into the wall, but Kayla holds on to the win from heat 14. 103.57 from the Sandman there. It's a very fast first 50 here for Alicia Brownbill out in lane 8. She's turned in a 29.2, almost going through in that 28-second mark. Nice gap on the other girls in the field and not letting it go anytime soon as she comes into the final turn of this 100 free. She's over 1.5 seconds in front of Olivia Toe over on the other side of the pool in lane 3. Will come down under the flags now. Head down, flags to wall. Can she do it? 100.74. Olivia Toe, 102.48. In third place was Thalia Shepherd.
In the water now, heat 16. We're starting to see some of our older swimmers come through now. A little bit more splash, a little bit more wave. Not too much of a lead from anyone here, but it does look like lane 5, 8 and 3 are going to turn here in fast times of 30.15. Annabelle Zhao in lane 5. Annabelle went out fast and she's still got just a lead on Amelie coming down to those last 15 meters. We'll see who gets their head down here, doesn't breathe. We don't want to see them breathing in the flags. Head down and into the wall. It is going to be Amelie in 102.98 and Annabelle 103.22. Great swim there from those girls. In lane 5 here, out fast. She is known for her backstroke events. Look to see her come through in this second 50 as well. She's gone out in a 28.54. May not have swum at this 100 freestyle for a while, short course. So we'll see her start to pull away here as well. Having a great swim also, lane 1, Tanami Murdoch, and lane 7, Jian Yingming Abriel. But Mia Holler start to finish lead, 58.91, our first athlete under a minute now. Lane 1, Tanami Murdoch, 102.14. Eloise Ravensdale having a good swim here, 29.55. She's turned in. She had a great dive in the first 25. She's going to turn here. Ella Bass has come through in that 25 there. We'll see if she can gain more. She is lane 0, outside lane. We'll see if she can hold on. That was a ripper third 25 into the wall. 101.68, a great swim from Ella Bass.
It was a nice start from the girls in lanes 8 and 9, Chloe Huo and Zara Gamboa. They were up and going fast. Macy Smick on the other side of the pool in lane 2, out in a 14.0. But here come those central lanes. The golden lanes in the middle of the pool. Grace Doby starting to shift into that leading position. She'll get her feet on first there, 29.58. Kate Lewina came through that second lap really well too. She's over in the far side of the pool, lane 0. As the girls come down onto this final leg of the 100 free here. It's a race between 0 and 5. I don't think anyone's catching up to those two. Looks like Grace might just get her hand on the wall first. 101.14 for Grace. 101.33 for Kate, and Peyton Wiley in third, 102.17.
In the water now, heat 20.
It's the Tronginator out in lane 5. We've seen Waylon put on some stellar performances this weekend. This is no exception, out in a 29.54.
Great a swim from some of these younger ones in the later heats. Good to see that they're up there, our 14 and 15-year-olds, even 13. Tiffany Miet in lane 8, she's only 13 years of age. But coming down to the wall, it will be 101.01 Waylon from Nunawading.
Nice start from India Palak in lane 6, the swimmer from MLC. Tearing up this first 25. She's out in a 12.93. Nice cluster of those Nunna girls over in 2, 3 and 4. They are neck and neck at this 50-meter point. Absolutely nothing separating them. And there's onto that turn, literally nothing between Jamie DiBozzati and Michaela Berger, both turning in a 29.1. But it is all India Palak as they come into the final 25. She'll turn in a 43.28. She's looking the goods to be under that 100 mark here. Always nice to look up and see those 58s and 59s. And this is going to be very fast. 58.68 for India. Tani Cronin in second, 100.55. And Jamie takes third there, 1:00.61.
Heat 22 underway here. Great start in lane 5 from Rihanna Chen. Not far behind her though, Charlotte Fay in lane 3. She's going to turn in a 13.13. Charlotte had a great 50 freestyle yesterday. 26 we saw. Hopefully she can hold on and great turn as well, 27.71. Hopefully she can hold on here. 25 meters to go. Good underwater and turn from Charlotte there. Hold on, but she's getting challenged by lane 5, Rihanna Chen, and lane 4, Alyssa Lever. Very close there, 58.51, 58.57, and 58.81.
We are almost through to our final heat of the women's 13 and over 100-meter freestyle in the water here. Heat 23 of 25. Yuxi Liu in lane 1, getting her feet on the wall first there. 13.51, a little bit slower than what we saw in the previous heat. We'll see what they can do in this second 50 as we come down to turn. Jennifer Lane in lane 8. We saw her in the 400 earlier today. She's back for some sprinting here tonight, taking us around in a 28.54. But there's not a lot separating these girls whatsoever onto the final lap here. Cheltenham v Cheltenham. Maddie Brand takes the win. Big smile on her face. 59.17. Jen Lane, 59.34.
Great start from lane 5 there. Sienna Shepherd from Caulfield Aquatics. Feet on the wall, 13.09. We do know that Sienna usually swims in the backstroke stroke. She's got beautiful underwaters. So she's out fast here in a 27.67. Not far behind her though. Also usually seen in backstroke events, Alana Banks. So looking at these girls who do usually do backstroke, working their underwaters, working their turns. Beautiful turn there from Alana. Coming through now is Zara from Nunawading. I think Alana's got too much on them though now. Into the wall, 57.77. 59.18 from Sienna Shepherd and 59.21 their third place for Zara.
Which brings us to our final heat of the women's 100-meter freestyle. Some very serious looking athletes in this event. Couple missing, couple of girls, so there are some space for some new champions to be made today as the girls go out. It does look to be Jess Wilson heading it hard on lap 1, 13.06.
It's a great start there from Jess. Not far beside her though is Arabella Tomlinson. really giving to her in that first 50. 27.34, 27.69. Let's see who can bring it home faster.
The girls side by side there in lanes 3 and 2, the ones to beat in this final heat. We'll keep an eye on the times because there are a few quick ones from earlier heats this afternoon, but Jess Wilson just charging away from the rest of the field down this final straight. She's going to get her hand on the wall first in a time of 57.03. Arabella Tomlinson 57.83, and Sophia Balan in third. So our women's 100-meter freestyle all wrapped up, which brings us to event 79. That is what is in the water here. It is the men's turn, the 13 and over 100-meter freestyle. Heat 1, Eamon Eng there taking out the first of our 18 heats in a time of 1:00.88.
Heat 2 in the water now. First 50 done and dusted. Heading into the second 50 now. Alan Zhang really pulling away from the rest of their competitors. Challenging him though over in lane 0, we have Parker. He is actually going to turn first to the 75 meters with 15 minutes to go. Alan is breathing the right way. He's breathing over towards Parker. Parker not breathing on the side of Alan, so I think Alan is going to get there first, 1:01.96.
Boys in heat 3 in the water now, leading us through Sebastian Liu, 28.95. A lot of action from that far side of the pool with Sebastian Flowers also going around in a 29.40. Lachlan Patton did a bit of work in that third 25, made up some ground, moved himself into second place, but I don't think he's going to have enough left in the tank to overtake Sebastian Liu, who will finish in a time of 101.12. Lachlan second, 101.78, and Sebastian Flowers in third, 102.39. Look at Daniel Collins go. So we're in lane 4 here, out at 13.21, half a second ahead of Oscar Tan from DVE. As they come down to this 50-meter turn, they are your leaders. Following them around is Isaac Goga in 3 and James Lane in 7. Work to be done though. Daniel Collins maintains that lead out in front. It will be, though, the boy from Flyers Swim Club, Daniel Collins, pushed it out in that first 25 and just charged through. 59.69 is his time. James Lane in second, 101.77, and Lane Thwaites finishes in third. Very spread across this field. Looks to be lane 9, Yixin Jiang, who's going us around in a 42.62 with 1 lap to go. Challenging from that centre lane, Alaric Wong, from Melbourne Swimming Club. But it looks like Yixin has done enough. 57.20. He'll take out heat 5. Alaric not far behind, 57.99. And Tommy Hun in a time of 58.35 rounds off third. Heat 6 in the water now. Harold Zhu over in lane 1. Got a lot of ones next to his name as he has turned in first here. And again at the 50-meter mark, 28.14, that lead out split time. Yan Chua in lane 2, trying to stick with him. He's definitely setting the challenge pace though. And look at that turn, great underwater and skill set off the wall. Just pulling away down this final straight. It'll come under the flag. It's going to be a quick time, 58.19 for Harold. Campbell Mills in second, 59.69. Those boys on the far side dragging each other through that race for some really awesome swims. later in the afternoon. We're starting to see a few more of those DNS symbols on our board. Did not swim. So a couple of scratchings in these later heats. Just opening up that possibility to get your name into the medals. We do have 18 heats in total of this 100-meter freestyle as the boys come down into their final leg. It is a swim-off between Gordon Chen and Peter Dimitriadis as they come under the flags. Gordon led most of the way, but Peter just timing that touch onto the wall. 57.88, 3 100ths ahead of Gordon, 57.91. That is a very swift first 50 for Garen Lim in lane 4, 26.79. Those boys next to him trying to stick with him as we come down to the final leg of Heat 8. Jordan Silva sitting in second, not far behind is Hugo Carson, but it is all Garen. He'll come down under the flags, finish off the race in a time of 56.38. Jordan 57.71 and Hugo 58.26. We're starting to see some of those very quick reactions off the blocks, the speed in which the swimmers react to that start. Some 0.4s in there. Usually anything under 0.6 is pretty good, but under 0.5 is amazing. As we come down, Liam Walker, he was out in a 12.8, turning in a 27.1. But look across the board there, all 14 points on the splits, so it's a very close race as we come down into the final 25. Liam holding on to that lead, challenging him from the outside is Alfie Conterno, and it is actually Daniel Nguyen over on this side of the pool who might sneak in for third. So Liam Walker, 57.15, Alfie Conterno, 57.53. It's a great swim from that far lane on the other side of the pool, lane 0. Archie Bonga of Yarra Plenty Waves coming home quickly though. It is Christopher Bodian of MLC Aquatic. they charge into the wall. Those boys probably going to be a little bit upset. They can't see their times, but Archie 57.30 to take out that heat 10. Mitchell Stewart flying out in that first 50, 25.69, just ahead of Timothy Roach. He's gone through in a 26, but Mitchell Stewart absolutely setting the pace here. A very spicy swim from heat 11. We still have 7 heats to go after this one. He's really stepped up and set the challenge for these other boys to come. Touches the wall there. 52.57. That is quick. We'll definitely be keeping that 52 in mind as we continue on with our 18 heats of 100-meter freestyle for the men. Back out to these outside lanes, lane 0 and lane 9. Remy Bloom, 26.94. Will Luo, 27.07. They are your leaders. Just putting their head down and doing the job they came here for today. Don't worry about those center lanes. They said, we are throwing down the gauntlet, and away we go. Will Luo looks like he has overtaken Remy Bloom in this race. He'll get the touch. 55.87, Remy 56.93, and William Lewis in third there, 57.25.
Heat 13 of 18 in the water now. Flying start from lane 5 there. Oliver Kingston turns in at 12.19. Not far behind him, though, is the other side of the pool. Lane 3, Terrence Tang, Xavier Aguirre not far behind either. Move towards this side of the pool. Riley Hodgins, there's really not that much in it at all. We'll see who can try and pull away with 25 meters to go. Great turn there from lane 2, Xavier Aguirre, but coming home strong. Lane 6 there, Riley Hodgins. Who's gonna get it? It will be Riley Hodgins there, 54.92. Heat 14 going through their 50-metre turn there. Hunter Mace turning first, 26.02. But it really is anyone's race here. They are turning now, 25 metres to go. It's still Hunter, only 0.05 in front of lane 1 there, Liam Donnellan. Let's see who can get their hand on the wall first. It will be Hunter Mace there, 54.03. Liam Donnellan coming into second there, 54.15.
A nice start from Joshua Wachowski in lane 5, the MLC boy. We've seen him do some awesome individual medley events. Usually he sits back and waits for the right timing to push forward. Not the case in this 100 freestyle. There is no time to relax. It's an all-out sprint. Louis Amorossi of YPW turning in first there, 25.49. Moving into that equal first spot now, Brian Zhang in 0. So it is Zhang, Wachowski and Amorossi battling it out down this final straight. Looks like Wachowski with his beautiful timing again onto that wall, 53.05. He'll take the win from heat 15.
We only have 3 more heats left in this 100-metre freestyle. Heat 16, lane 4 there, Thomas Sutherland. We usually see more in a breaststroke. He was competing for Australia not that long ago on a junior team, Oceanias. Turning first though in the 50 is Robbie Dillison. So we've just seen Robbie in the 200 IM. Now we see him in the 100 freestyle. He's having a great weekend of dabbling in a few different events here.
I'm actually really enjoying watching Robbie race some different events. You know, we're used to sitting there watching him swim for about 50 minutes at a time in those 5-10 kilometre races, and he's actually swimming incredibly well. So he's going to touch first here in a 51.36. That's going to be quite competitive up with our top guys. Second place in that heat was Eli Billman, 52.74. And Sabo finished in third.
As we hit the water now in heat 17 of 18, there's much more splash, there's many more waves. Our older boys have hit the water. Great turn there from Max, who you see in lane 1. Also having a flyer of a start, lane 6. Akalanka Paris, great start from him. We'll see what these boys can do in this second 50.
We saw Akalanka yesterday do some great swims as well. Swimming for the Cheltenham Swim Club, he is charging down this last 5 metres to go onto the wall. It's a 50.89, so that's the first 50 we've seen this afternoon. We'll see if these boys in our final heat can match that. So 50.89, the time to beat here.
In the water now, we have our final heat, heat 18. Great start there from the middle. Lachlan Jackett-Simpson trains in the same squad as our debutant Olympian last night, Sam Williamson. So we'll know that he has speed. He's coached by Craig Jackson. He heads into the 50 here in a ripping time of 23.62, but not far behind him, Liam Malloy. We saw him earlier in the 200 IM. Great start here.
Yeah, Liam's been having a fantastic meet at this Metropolitan Championship, so not surprising that he's doing well in this event, but Lockie Jacket Simpson there just outshining him on those skills.
He is, and that just goes to show you, Lockie's part of one of our high performance hubs here in Swimming Victoria. Skills get developed so well in those sorts of squads with the opportunities that they get, and you saw that on display here in this race.
Absolutely, those skills pulling out a 49.17 for Lockie Jacket Simpson. Liam Malloy finished in second, 50.46, which means Akalanka will actually finish in third overall in that race from the heat previously with that 50.89.
In the water now, event 80, women's 50-metre multi-class butterfly. We've spoken a little bit about these swimmers. It's not necessarily who touches the wall first here. It's about who can get closest to the world record and point base. So we're looking at their entry times to see whether or not they beat their entry times, and that'll give an indication of what their placing will be. Kira Warwick there, 45.93, just under her entry time. Great swim from her. Madeline Fox, we saw her earlier in the 50-metre backstroke multi-class. Great swim from her. Also over there, Emily Shield, 100.96. Great job from all three of those athletes.
This is now event 81, the men's 50-metre butterfly for Multiclass. Once again, some of these youngsters absolutely shining in our multi-class events. Something I've noticed throughout the weekend is this amazing rivalry between Calvin Tran and Hamish Keenan. They always seem to be finishing at such similar times in events, so it must be really nice to have these people in your races who are doing pretty much the same time as you, and you can challenge and have that rivalry. I win one, you want to win the next one, of course. Like, those friendships really cross over into everything. And I think in a lot of ways we're more competitive with our friends as well. This is now event 82, the women's 13 and over 200-metre butterfly, so one of the more challenging races on the program. We have 3 heats in this event this afternoon. So nice to see plenty of girls battling it out in this race.
A really nice rhythm to Matilda Barber's stroke. It's what we love to see in butterfly. It's a very rhythmic stroke, and once you get it right, that rhythm, it makes it a lot easier to swim. She's low with her arms there in the water. Hips are coming up nice and high.
So with just 50 metres left of this 200 butterfly, the girls are going to be hurting at this point. It's all about maintaining that stroke, trying to sit up nice and high in the water and finish as strong as you possibly can. Butterfly is one of those interesting strokes where I've always found it's easier to swim it fast than slow. If you start to slow that rate down too much and you lose that rhythm, you're going to be fighting against the water a lot more. If you can maintain that rhythm, which is what Matilda has done throughout this race, you're going to be a lot better off in the long run. And that is an awesome personal best time there for Matilda Barber. 2:34.45. Onto the wall, Millie Charlton, 2:46.18. So well done, girls. Not an easy race to swim.
Heat 2 in the water now. Looking really good, lane 5, Taylor Miller. In lane 2, though, Bethany Forster, she does seem to have lost her goggles, but doing a great job at still going on with the race. We do know that at any point in our swimming career, our goggles can fall off. Kalia, what do we do? Do we train for that? How would you, as either an athlete or a coach, be prepared for the unexpected?
Yeah, so something Sean and I actually spoke about yesterday afternoon was that possibility that you can turn up to training occasionally, and coaches like to throw these athletes a bit of a curveball. They might ask you to swim a race without your goggles just in case something like this does happen. Now, it is a little bit unfortunate, particularly in a race like Toronto Butterfly, where you are going to be absolutely gasping for air. The fact that they've come down her face They could be blocking that airway a little bit. That's going to make it challenging, but we can't actually stop and fix them. In butterfly, the stroke has to stay in time. Both arms have to do the same movement. It has to be synchronized. So if she was to stop taking those strokes and fix the goggles, it would be an automatic disqualification, which is why we do practice learning how to race without goggles. And if these things happen, we don't just stop in the middle, we continue. These athletes are tough, you know, they're not just gonna stop because of a little fault like a goggles issue.
Looking beautiful in the water here. She's held it the whole way. I love the look of her stroke. Coming into the wall now, 2:32.32. Taylor Miller taking out that heat. She's had some great swims today so far. Loving seeing her racing.
So this is our third and final heat of the girls, 13 and over 200 metre butterfly. Mia Yeo in lane 4. Loves the 200 fly. One of our a little bit older swimmers, 18 years old, well experienced, plenty of race practice. We know Mia likes to go out pretty fast in these 200 fly and then hold on. A couple of the other girls in this field a little bit better at that second half of the race, so we'll see those fitter athletes really pushing through in the second half, coming from that longer distance background. That was a nice fast turn though from Mia. She's out in a 102.55. That time's actually a lot faster than some of these girls probably go for 100 metres. Michaela Larkin from Cheltenham sitting in second at the moment.
It's a beautiful swim here by Mia Yao. Really looking great, nice and smooth in her stroke. Even great underwaters as well. She's not breathing off the walls. That's what we love to see. Not far behind her, Michaela Larkin, also a great butterflyer. But Mia Yeo has put together...
This is a brilliant time here.
Brilliant time. 2:12.09.
It's a 2-second personal best for Mia. She attacked that first 100 and just held it together so nicely. The stroke didn't seem to break down at all. That's an awesome swim here at these Metropolitan Championships, and I'm excited to see what she can do at Opens in a couple of weeks, not under hard training. Second place goes to Rihanna Chen, 2:20.50, and Judy Hussein Aman in third there, 2:21.86. We move along in the program now to event 83. This is the men's 13 and over 200 meter butterfly. We have 4 heats in this event this afternoon, and in the water, heat 1 leading us out was Jairus Chung of lane 2. He turned into 31.87. Already seeing some of these other boys start to make a little bit of shifting gears. I really like those 200 flies where athletes ease into the first 50 and then almost build through by 50. We do often see that as a bit of a race strategy. There is also the more torturous strategy, in my opinion, of going out as fast as you can and then trying to hold on while everyone else is absolutely coming for you down that final 25, Sian. Have you experienced anything like that? And what would your thoughts be on choosing or selecting your race plan?
That's definitely more of the courageous race tactic to go with. It does, you know, take a lot out of you to go out hard, but for me, I probably would be going with the option of relaxing that first 50, building that second 50, and absolutely putting the medal down on that third 50. So basically all 200s are swum very similar race plans. In a 200 fly, probably a bit different to something like a 200 freestyle. Freestyle, you can hold on a little bit more. It's more of a sprint. You go out, you go fast, but the fly, you don't want to be losing those legs, shoulders, any of it. You want to be able to still get your body out of the water.
Which is what Hamish Davin has done really well here. He sat behind early on in the race and then just pushed through and grew that lead. He's touched in a 2:23.35 to take out the lead in heat 1.
In the water now, heat 2 of 4. No lane 4 here, so it gives an opportunity for the other swimmers to try and take out the fastest time of this race. Looking really nice there. In lane 3, it's Eli Billman. You can see that his hips, when his arms enter the water, are coming out of the water. It means he's sitting high. His rhythm of his stroke is really lovely. It looks easier. I'm not sure it actually is easy in there, but he's making it look easy. He's got that nice flow of the stroke, as does lane 5, Alfie Graves. He has a similar stroke as well. You can see that these boys' hips are nice and high out of the water. All right, we've got 50 metres left to swim of this 200-metre fly. These boys are doing a fantastic job. They haven't fatigued really at all yet. They've still got enough in the tank to build through this last 25 metres and really put together a nice 200-metre butterfly.
Yeah, Eli maintaining that stroke rate. He looks to have lost his cap just a little bit. We saw someone lose goggles before, but it hasn't stopped him whatsoever. He'll come down to touch 2:11.36. Second place there, Alfie Graves, 2:17.94. Just behind me, you can hear the support of those teammates. cheering on these boys in the 200-meter butterfly. Always a nice feeling to pop up and hear that support as we move on to heat 3.
Heat 3 underway now. Over in lane 2, Riley Hodgins putting together a great, apologies, that is lane 1, Yash Patke putting together a really good first 100 metres. In lane 4 there we do have Darius Schultz, that we have seen often in one of our tougher races. He's 32 years of age, and I was just talking to Kalia about how not only is he one of our older swimmers at 32 years of age, but he's choosing some of the toughest events to compete in.
I'm sure he really loves watching back these live stream videos of us always bringing up his age, but I think it's out of respect, you know, as an older individual who comes along to these events, didn't stop swimming until I was in my late 20s. We have that respect because you know that training is going to be a lot harder. You don't recover as quickly as these young guys do. We often see our older athletes going into sprint races. So for someone to be 32 and still continuing to pick these longer, more challenging endurance races, like absolute respect. And not only participating in them, but absolutely smashing them. Yash Patke will take out the win, but Darius is going to get second here in a time of 2:09.95.
Pretty swifty swim, and also came from behind. He wasn't really anywhere near the front at that 100 metres, so it just goes to show you that it doesn't matter the age. We've got 16-year-olds in there as well. Riley Hodgins, he's 16. Doesn't matter. You can come from anywhere. The fitness level continues, and we're seeing that more and more often in swimming now. We've got older athletes staying around.
Exactly, and they have that experience, they trust in their training, and they know they don't have to take it out with these young boys. They can sit back, bide their time, and move their way through the field just gradually, and like that, you barely even notice it till they're in front.
And we keep obviously talking about older athletes and things like that, but with that comes so much experience, and at the end of the day, that may actually get them across the line to win the race.
As we move now into our fourth and final heat of the boys 13 and over 200-metre butterfly. Harvey Lark led us through at the 50-metre turn, 27.90. Riley Mitchell right on his side there. And Joshua Wilkinson over in lane O having a nice speedy start to this race as well. But I mean, I don't want to jinx anyone or call it early, but there's a couple of boys in this race who we know swim a little like Darius does in that last heat. They will sit back a bit further in the beginning and start to shift gears throughout. So I wouldn't want to call this race any time before that final lap.
Definitely not, and I'm loving seeing Harvey Lark in these races. He's usually seen in the freestyle races. We know he was on the Youth Commonwealth Games team last year for the freestyle events, the 200 and the 400, but we've seen him at this competition in the 200 back, the 200 IM, the 200 fly, and I tell you what, this is no different to the rest of the races. He's out there, he's giving it a great shot, and he looks really good.
Yeah, he's just going strength to strength, and in this particular race, you know, he's actually pulling away from the other boys as we go along.
coming down now. Harvey, you see he's staying under the water for 10 or so meters on this last 25. Coming into the wall, he's tiring a bit. Should get there. He does 2:06.04, but with a great last 25 and last 50, Dimitri in a time of 2:06.80. We're coming into now our women's 13 and over 100-metre backstroke. Thank you to our club volunteers who are coming down and helping with our backstroke ledges.
All right, a little bit of a change up here. Event 84, we are now watching our women's 13 and over 100-metre backstroke. So moving away from those long, grueling 200-metre butterflies into some sprinty, speedy backstroke. For the girls, we have 13 heats, and in the water is heat 1.
Coming down to the wall now, Renee Lister 1:16.20, Z Lee 1:19.99, dipped under that 120, good to see. In heat 2, leading us around at that 25-metre turn was Ella McKee in lane 7, swimmer from Nunawading Swimming Club. Going out strong with her, Tiana Rakic.
And it looks like she's going to have led from start to finish. So we come down to touch. It is Ella McKee, 1:15.35, your winner of Heat 2 of event 84. Some good starts in Heat 3 of the girls there. Mary Steele in lane 4, up and stroking quickly, as was Chloe Hugh in lane 8, the swimmer from PLC. They had beautiful underwaters. Those skills playing a vital role within these short course events.
Mary Steele from St. Leonard's there, turning in a 35.11. Beautiful backstroke there. We can see she's not moving her head too much. Arms are stroking over at a good rate for a 100-metre backstroke. But over in lane 9, Simone Way having a great race here. She's really worked that third 25, which we want to see in 100 metres, and she's absolutely powering down in the last 5 metres. Onto the wall, it will be Simone Way winning it in a time of 1:12.79.
Once again, those outside lanes going out strong. In this 100-metre backstroke event, Amelia Lamb from lane 9. She's taken it out fast. Rolls over for that tumble turn, hits the wall 35.35, not too far behind. On the other side of the pool, we've got Emily Theophanous Madison in lane 2. But coming through quickly on this third 25, Eva Murray starting to make a bit of a shift in gears, moving herself up alongside Amelia Lamb.
It was a great turn from Amelie over there. 10 metres to go. She's stroking it really well into the wall. As well, next to her, Isla Buchanan, but it is Amelie that gets on the wall, 1:14.52. Second was Isla next to her, 1:14.61. Really great start in there from lane 5. That is Amelia Ironomi. I'm very sorry, I definitely said that wrong. But it was a great start from her.
Ratton in lane 6, coming through onto that 50-metre turn. She got her feet over onto the wall quickly and came off that underwater in the lead. She's the girl to chase down in this final 25. Alla Ratton in 6. Coming at her is Amelia Eronimo in 5 and Mika Thapa in 4. She'll look to grab that third placing out of heat 5. Down to touch, and it is Amelia Eronimo in 5 who takes out the win there. 1:12.33. Alla Ratton second, 1:12.40, and Mika in third, 1:13.25. Heat 6 in the water, and it is those middle lanes getting down to business quickly. Jamie Fitzgerald in 4, swimmer from Melbourne Vic Centre, leading us around in a 16.79. Only girl in the pool to get her feet on in 16 seconds at that 25-metre mark. This third 25, we've seen a bit of a shift up from Emma Grave in 2 and Georgie Skinner in 7. She's taken over that lead from Jamie Fitzgerald here, and she's just powering down this final lap. This has been one of Sian's favourite swimmers to watch across the weekend, and it's because we've seen her in so many of these early heats, absolutely smashing her personal best times.
I have, and it's great to see Georgie in there doing 3 events already this afternoon. Not easy events either. And absolutely smashing her PB every single time. In the water now, heat 7, and staying under for around 12 metres was lane 4 them. Ella Yap, you can see she's held her speed through to the turn, but it will be lane 1. Waylon, 16.62, she's gone out in.
There are a lot of cheers coming from Camp Nunawading, who are situated beside us in the commentary tent at the moment. The two girls in 5 and 6 both competing against each other from Nunna. We see Kayla Enters starting to shift her way into the lead here, challenging Lucia Calderon over in lane 2. I really like the way LC's been attacking those turns. She flicks those feet over onto the wall really fast, comes off the wall a lot better, but Kayla with the speed and the rating down this final 25, looks like she might have this race under her belt.
Definitely some cheers that we are hearing, and I think it got her to the wall first there. 1:10.70. The Nunawading crew very supportive of their swimmers. Heat 8 of 13, a great start there in lane 4 from Macy Smith from Surrey Park. Turning into that first 50, 34.15, great start from her. She's got beautiful underwaters. It's what we want to see in these backstroke races. Over in lane 7 though, Amber Lark having a really great race as well. It is going to be Amber that turns first there. She's also got good underwaters.
Yeah, both those lead girls showcasing those underwater skills off the walls, and that's really what separated them from the rest of the girls in this field. It's going to come down to touch and timing onto that finish, and Macy will get the win there, 1:11.39. Amber in second, 1:11.50. And Leah Betson over on the far side of the pool in lane 0 claims third.
Heat 9 underway now. Loving seeing these girls holding their underwater off the starts. Lane 5, Perry Afranco. Lovely backstroke there. She's really smooth. Her head is sitting in a perfect position, nice and still. You can see that she's rotating nicely and evenly over each side. It is going to be lane 2 that takes it out. Phoebe Scarf, 34.17. Over in lane 0, Ella Ward having a really great race as well.
So Phoebe Scarf maintains the lead after the third 25. Ella Ward still sitting in second. It's the girls on the far side of the pool doing all the hard work here as we come down under the flags. Phoebe holds on for that win. It's a 1:09.68. Ella in second, 1:10.98. And Perry Alfranco in third there, 1:11.94. Some really nice underwaters at the beginning of heat 10 here. Sorella Bedra in lane 9 stayed under close to that 15-metre mark. And not only do we like to see these guys have good starts off that beginning, off the ledge, but keeping those underwaters going throughout the rest of the race off the turns is so important for the rest of the race. So we saw Tani Cronin off that wall come out in front of the rest of the field, and each turn she's just actually moving herself through that field further and further. Sarah Cartel in 3, trying to catch up to her on this final leg, but Tani has done all the hard work here. She comes into touch 108.28, Sarah in second, 109.34, and Ella Bass in third, 110.33.
Heat 11 in the water now, and some great underwaters there from lane 5, Melissa Sharp. She will turn first at the 25 metres. Continues that great underwater. 10 metres off the wall, great to see. She's being challenged next to her though by Zara Jeffrey. You can see the difference here in these swimmers using their underwaters to their advantage, getting on top of those other swimmers. Over in lane 3 though, Ashley Dunn putting together a really great second half of the 100. Probably actually out swimming Melissa Sharp on top of the water, just lacking a bit on those underwaters, but definitely coming through. As you'll see there, she did get the win, 106.99. Into our last 2 heats of this 100-metre backstroke. Some regular names that we've been talking about so far this evening. Kira Jess in lane 4. She was in the 400 freestyle earlier and then the 200 IM. So this is her 3rd race of this afternoon. Next to her, Zara as well. She was in the 200 IM earlier. Great to see these girls racing each other in multiple events. It is Kira that takes it out in a 31.65. Only 13 years of age. Great backstroke stroke there. keeping her stroke rate really high. You want to see that in 100 metres backstroke. It is a sprint. You've only got 4 of those 25, so she's really turning it on. In lane 6, so Sarah Cooper also having a great last 25. Kira will touch the wall, 104.63, great swim by her. Zara, 105.74, and Sarah Cooper with that flying last 25, 106.00. Heat 13 of 13 here. These are our fastest girls this afternoon. Lane 4 there, Jessica Wilson. She is heading to Junior Pan Packs in Canberra later on in August. She will turn first in a 14.59, really working her underwaters there. But next to her, Sienna Shepherd, also working her underwaters beautifully. We do know that she has great speed and underwaters. Also over in lane 7, Alana Banks. Some really regular, great names here of our young swimmers. Jessica Wilson really showing, though, why she was chosen to go on this Junior Pan Packs team. With 10 metres to go, she really is gaining on these girls. Alana Banks also in lane 7 having a great swim, and in lane 6, Alyssa Lever, but it will be Jessica Wilson, 101.97, Alana Banks, 103.00, and Alyssa Lever with a great second 50 there, 103.06.
In the water now, we have event 85. This is our men's 13 and over 100 metre backstroke. This afternoon, we have 10 heats in this event. Not a lot in this first heat early on. Just a slight lead from our outside lanes. Keep an eye on those inside ones. There's still 50 metres left to swim as they come to the halfway mark turn. Kieran pulls in lane 9, 34.91. The boy from Nunawading. He's just in front of Aiden Tang in lane 5. And that third quarter proving to be the one where a little bit of changes have occurred. Aiden Tang took over that lead, but the boys in these outside lanes have clawed it back. It looks to be Kieran who will get the win here. 113.08, just in front of Bill Wang in lane 4, who charged down that final 10 metres, 113.31, and Aiden Tang finishes third. It was a good start in lane 5. Eamon Eng swimming for Surrey Park Swimming Club. And he's continuing to showcase those beautiful underwaters here. Arjun Chahal next to him, putting up a little bit of a fight, as is Parker Strabinger in lane 7. The boys turn for their final 25 here. No changes to our leader. It is still Eamon, but coming through quickly, Ashton Clements out in lane 8. The other boy from Surrey Park, he's got a little something to say about this. It will be Eamon Eng, who hangs on 108.5 for Ashton Clements in second, 109.58, and Parker finishes third, 109.70. Now we are up to event 85 on our program. It is a long session this afternoon. These guys started racing at 1 p.m. If you were in one of those 400s, you did have to come in at the end of this morning session, so even earlier. We've been at the pool quite a few hours of the day. How are these athletes going to go about maintaining that motivation and picking themselves up between races to ensure that they're not feeling flat or tired?
Definitely throughout this weekend, we've seen a lot of athletes have multiple races, and when it comes down to that last few hours of the last session, if you've been fueling well, recovering well, eating between each race, resting your legs between each race, you probably have a little bit more energy in the tank left to continue and keep that energy and motivation up. I think the great thing about this competition is you do your race, you might be doing 100 freestyle, then you come back and you might be doing a completely different stroke. So I think that's the great aspect of this competition, is that you see lots of different strokes happening and athletes are constantly having to change it up, and it just keeps it interesting. And
now, speaking of keeping the energy going there, Cade Faulkner took out that heat 3 of our 100 backstroke in a 106.58. He absolutely flew down that final leg there, the last 25, as we move along to heat 4. Now, I know one of the recovery strategies or energy-giving strategies for some of these athletes is to consume a couple of lollies between races, Sian. And I know just myself today, I've also needed to consume a few lollies to keep that energy going. How do you find the balance between full-on meals and little snacks throughout a day like this?
Difficult. It is the balance there. You know, if I was racing at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, I'd be ensuring that I was having a big breakfast, probably earlier in the morning, and then probably having a lighter lunch so that I didn't feel as full. I never liked racing on a full stomach. So it would be those smaller snacks that probably didn't make your stomach feel full, but they were high in energy. So that might be energy balls or protein bars, or those, like even just a chocolate bar, things that might sit nicer in your stomach, high energy sort of snacks, lollies, fruit, that sort of thing is going to keep you going for longer periods of time.
But probably not an entire bag of lollies.
No, we've had a box of lollies in front of us and we've asked multiple times for someone to remove them.
But our energy levels are up, and so are those of the athletes in the water at the moment. Jay Lamb taking out first place from lane 5 there. his time of 104.64, just ahead of Matthew Liu, 107.92 from those boys in Heat 4. As we move along now to Heat 5 of 10 in this boys 13 and over 100 metre backstroke. The boys go around at that 50-metre turn. Patrick Forster leading us through in a 29.86. Louis Amorossi behind him, 30.90. Now, speaking of interesting ways of fueling yourself, I know Louis is a bit of a sucker for a pizza between races. I'm not sure how good that is, but he seems to be doing a pretty good job this weekend. Patrick Forster here in 5, though, flying down that last lap, leaving everyone else behind him. A 15.4 on his final split for a 100.94 out of Heat 5. It's a great time and a great personal best for him. Just a 6-second drop at the age of 19 years old.
Not bad at 19. I definitely would have loved to have dropped those kinds of times at that age. So just goes to show you can do it at any age.
A really nice underwater there from Brian Wong in lane 7, utilising the entirety of that 15 metres. We've spoken about it before, but I will mention it again. In our backstroke, freestyle and butterfly races, athletes are only allowed to stay under the water until that 15-metre rope. Now, they are able to do that off every single wall. So in a race of 100 metres, you might only actually be swimming about 40 metres if you utilise all those underwaters.
Coming into the wall there, and Andre 102.80 and Terrence 104.37. Great swim from those boys. Heat 7 of 10 in the water now. Beautiful underwaters from Will Leo over the other side of the pool in lane 0. Coming into the wall though in lane 5, he will turn first. Kynan Power, 29.90, not a bad first 50.
And he looks to have picked up the pace here on this third 25. He's garnered a little bit of ground on the rest of the boys. Austin Bartlett with another fast lap there, splitting a 15.39 to come up alongside. the boys come down under the flags. It looks to be Kynan just in front. It will take that touch. 101.00. Nice easy time to remember for Kynan Power there. Second place, Austin Bartlett, 101.62. And Matthew Golding finishing in third out of our 7th heat.
Off and away in the heat 8 of 10. Now, Kalia, did you ever swim without goggles?
I am a big sook. I still don't swim without goggles, even in my pool at home.
For your casual swim on a Sunday afternoon. Playing mermaids, are you there, Kalia?
100%. I don't think you ever grow out of playing mermaids and doing handstands on the bottom. But Nithik Nathala in lane 4. This man never races with goggles. It's phenomenal.
I know, I cannot believe it. It just goes to show you, though, if you can perfect your technique, you can swim smack bang in the middle of that lane. You don't need them. You don't need to see.
He clearly doesn't.
No, he really doesn't.
56.85 from heat 8. Keep an eye out because that time is very competitive with our 10th and final heat seed times.
And he's really come through. He had a beautiful 200 backstroke yesterday as well. I love watching him swim. It's so easy, it's so smooth.
And it's so interesting.
It is interesting. Okay, I know we've had a few 100 backstrokes so far, but we've only got 2 heats left. Again, we saw Lockie Jacket Simpson earlier in the 100 freestyle. It was a lovely 49 from him. He's got beautiful underwaters as well and a really nice backstroke. I have a feeling he probably hasn't swum this 100 short course for a while.
I'm getting that feeling too. He's out in a 26.75. He's got almost a 2-second lead over Oscar Campbell in 2 within heat 9. They always did tell me that if you were good at freestyle, you should be good at backstroke. For me, it never translated, but for Lachlan, it does seem to be showing up a little bit that way.
And he's holding over 10 meters off each wall. And it just goes to show that if your skills are good, your 100 short course backstroke is good. 55.08. We'll keep an eye out for that because there's only one person who is seeded faster than that, and that is Anthony in lane 4 in the next heat.
So rest of the results there. Oscar Campbell in second, 58.15, and Ross Kiotis in third.
I am mistaken. Anthony is actually not swimming in this heat. He was entered but has decided to withdraw. So we'll see what the other boys can do. Their seeding time is slower than what Lockie Jacket Simpson just did. But I don't know. Lane 2 over there is looking pretty good to me.
Yeah, that's Akalanka Paris the swimmer from Cheltenham Swimming Club. He's come out with some phenomenal swims so far this weekend, and this is no exception. The boys in the centre, Xavier Purcell and Brian Zeng, they're doing everything they can, but Akalanka is that far in front. There's not a lot of room left in this 100-metre event to make up 2 body lengths.
No, he just absolutely dominated off that start, and I don't think these boys are going to catch him, but there is a battle there for the second and third placings. 54.65, that will be our fastest swim of this evening. But your second and third place there with your 56.77 and 56.81 is slower than what Lockie Jacket Simpson went, but they have gone faster than what Nasik did in that heat before. So
overall, it would have been, yeah, another one of those races where it'd be super interesting had they been all in together, because only a few 100ths of a second separating those boys for those top 3 placings.
Hopefully we get to see them race each other at a Victorian Open Short Course Championships, and with times that they've done here today, that will be their entry times, unless they've gone faster previously in the last 12 months, but they will be their entry times for the short course season then.
Exactly, and we do have those opportunities of heats and finals at our state championships, so not only will they get a chance to race in seeded heats in the morning, but come together in a top 10 final in the afternoon.
We are now up to event 86, the women's 200-metre breaststroke. Carly, we've got 8 heats of this.
8 heats of 200-metre breaststroke. Now, I know a lot of my junior athletes, they love training breaststroke. Breaststroke does tend to be a bit of a favourite. Now, I've always thought it was because they thought it was a little bit easier, but when you get to a competition like this, particularly the 200, it's not really an easy event, I would say.
It's definitely not, and being a backstroker like I was, you don't necessarily do much breaststroke in competitions, but I did decide to do a 200 breaststroke a couple of times, and it's not easy at all. There's a lot of lung work and capacity that you need to do, because you hold your breath actually quite regularly. If you think about it, you go under the water and you come up, you got to take a breath. There's a real rhythm and timing to it.
Yeah, I mean, for myself, I love the short course breaststroke because I'm a massive fan of the split stroke. So that's what these athletes will do. You'll see it on each of those turns as they're under the water with a bit of a butterfly background. I love a bit of fly kick. So any opportunity I could have in a race to do one of those off every single wall was super helpful. Also with the arms in your split stroke, they're a little bit more like a butterfly pull than a breaststroke arm stroke. So they come down to your side. So that suited me to a T. And you can go as far underwater as that split stroke allows you. So the longer I stayed under, the less actual breaststroking I had to do.
Well, it's been a beautiful swim here from Kathy Kai. She's going to come into the wall 3 minutes, 0.83. Not far behind her, Stella Di Carolis, 3:02.77, and then third on that wall, Lily Lynch, 3:08.72. Heat 2 in the water now. Great start from lane 3 there. Vivian Wong, she'll get on the wall there first. A great split stroke under the water there from Guren Huang. Great to see these girls gliding nicely. You'll see that in breaststrokes. They have a really long glide in the 200 meters. It's not so much a sprint. You got 8 laps in a short course meter pool that you've got to do. Compared to the 50-meter sprint, you'll see their stroke rate drop, which means that they'll be gliding a little bit further under the water. Wei Yi going out in that 100 meters in a 1:22.59. Not far behind her, Vivian Wong, 1:23.68. Great first 100 meter by those two girls, but don't disregard next to Vivian in lane 2, Guren Huang. Only 25 meters to swim here, and it's really any of these 3 girls. They've really stuck together in this 200 meter breaststroke. I think though Vivian Wong just seems to have that little bit more speed on top of the water, but she's got to time her finish well here, and it will be her 2:55.53. Gia run 2:56.19. Heat 3 in the water now. Going out first in that 50 was Olivia Mack, 39.73. Only 0.05 behind her, though, was Lara Sibley in the lane next to her. Great to see the girls going fast next to each other, racing each other. Over in lane 4, Jess Frater also having a good race here. She seems to be coming through at this 100-metre mark. I think she's going to turn first.
Always get a good little laugh in the breaststroke, especially with these younger athletes. You can just see every now and again that slight head tilt when they know they're coming up alongside someone else. That competitive spirit comes out. They want to make sure that they're catching them. They know where everyone else in the race is. And that's probably the one thing their coaches said, definitely do not do, but they just can't help themselves.
No, we do see definitely in the breaststroke and the butterfly. We're not in sport because we're not competitive. We're in it because we are, you know, so of course they're going to have a cheeky little look. We even see it at the Olympics. We know Arnie had a little bit of a cheeky look in that 400 heat just to make sure that she wasn't too far away from Katie Ledecky in that heat. So I know that these athletes can't help themselves, but neither can the best of the best.
Jess Frater here coming up to the 175-metre turn. She's got one final lap left to go. She's just timed this race really nicely, pulling away bit by bit, staying up nice and high in the water, and she's picked up that rating down the list, final 25. It is Olivia Mack in second in lane 6. She's held off Lara Sibley. He's been watching her the whole race. It is close, but Jess Frater of 256.31, Olivia Mack 259.24, and Lara Sibley 300.14.
Heat 4 in the water now, and we've got a few Surrey Park caps in the water, easily spotted by that big SP on their caps. We have lane 1, lane 2, lane 4, and lane 9 in this heat, all from Surrey Park. So it's great. These girls may be training partners depending on what squad they might be in, but good to see the depth of swimmers coming through clubs like Surrey Park.
Yeah, you would have to think with entry times so similar, there is that high possibility they are training partners. We do often see that within clubs, particularly groups that work together and have similar events. Their times tend to be very, very close together because they push one another to the same standard every day they come to training.
And these girls, they're between the ages of 13 and 15, so you can only imagine similar ages potentially racing each other. There's two 13-year-olds out in lane 1 and lane 2 racing each other, also on an age level competition. So great to see the depth of swimmers in this race. I love seeing that there's actually a 13-year-old in lane 5, Adelaide Ripper, next to a 22-year-old in Bethany Forster, and I bet you that those girls have never really raced each other before.
Yeah, these 13 and over events, we've spoken about it a little bit, the opportunity for our youngsters to match up with some of our more mature swimmers with that little bit more experience. And I don't know about you, but when I was a junior, there's nothing kind of more exciting than getting in a race with someone a bit older than you and having a real crack at beating them.
I think at the age of 13, probably a little bit daunting when you see 22 next to you, but I guess the best thing about this is you realise that you're actually in there for the same reason, and it doesn't matter what age you are, you're racing and you're doing the same event. So it becomes less and less daunting the more and more that you do it, and that's the beauty of this open level swimming.
Yeah, we saw it happen a lot at state open championships back earlier this year. We had a lot of our Olympic team members actually come down and race, and with the way we circle seed heats, a few of our talented juniors ended up racing the likes of Emma McKeon, so she might have been in that lane 4, and we've got 15, 16-year-old kids in those outside lanes with the opportunity to go toe-to-toe with someone like Emma, which is just phenomenal, and this is where it all kind of begins. So taking out heat 4 there, it was Amelia Grover in a time of 2:51.28. Bethany Forster finished in second, 2:53.22. And we move along to heat 5 out of our 8 heats of girls 200-metre breaststroke. So we can just see a little step up in pace as we move into heat 5. These girls attacking that first 50 with some speed. They're backing themselves, knowing in their ability, not quite holding that glide as long as the heat prior. Lucy Doyle out in 1, turning first. Eliza Connolly in 4, turning in second. We saw Lucy do a really great 100-metre breaststroke yesterday from an early heat. Little Doily up there in this 200. I don't think she'll have any issue with the distance. I've seen her swim 5-kilometre freestyle events and be an absolute champion at 1,500 and 800. So this 200 should be a bit of a walk in the park for her. The girls coming up to 50 metres left in this 200-metre breaststroke. It is Doily still leading us through out in lane 1. She'll turn in 2:03. Eliza Connolly in 4, still sitting in second. There's a bit of a challenge going on for third. Touching that wall first was Charisse Chan over in 0, but there's absolutely nothing separating third, fourth and fifth here.
Lucy Doyle out in lane 1, having a ripper swim. She's only got 10 metres left here of the 200 breaststroke. She's coming down now under the flags. Lifted that stroke rate slightly into the wall. She knows she's finishing 2:47.18. Great swim from her. Lane 4, Eliza Connolly, 2:51.13. These are really great times from these swimmers. in the water now. We have heat 6 of 8 of the 200-metre breaststroke. Having a great start out in lane 2, Frances Boudeville. She had a high stroke rate there, lovely split stroke underneath the water, and she looks comfortable as she heads into the wall for the first 50-metre turn.
And if we look across the pool in this 200-metre breaststroke, you will see a few different types of technique going on. We've got a couple of these athletes, you'll see them come out of the water super high. They get their whole upper body out and over the top. And you've got a few of these girls, they sit a little bit lower, stay close to that water, and longer sort of strokes over the top. These upper body appearances in the stroke, a lot of them are dictated by the way you do your breaststroke kick. So we'll see those narrower, smaller, more butterfly-looking kicks tend to have those lopey, lower strokes over the top, and then those athletes with those slightly bigger, more turned out feet on the breaststroke kick sit up a bit higher in the water there.
Now, Kalia, in the turns on our breaststroke races, they're obviously quite different to our other races. We have our split strokes instead of our dolphin kicks underneath the water. Can you just take us through, for those at home who might be watching, who might not know the difference between the split stroke and the dolphin kicks when we keep mentioning it?
Yeah, so if you take a look at these underwaters here, you'll see the girls go through. There's a few parts to that underwater split stroke. The first part that is allowed is one dolphin kick. This is one of our sort of newer rulings into the breaststroke over the last few years. We were noticing on the split stroke, it was looking like sometimes athletes were producing a dolphin kick anyway that was creating a lot of controversy with our officials and how we officiated the event. So we added in the allowance of one dolphin kick. So you can do that. Then you must pull your arms down towards your side. And once they're at your side, you have the ability to kick them back up to the surface with that breaststroke push through. So off the wall, dolphin kick, arms come down, kick it back to the surface. Now, the biggest difference is that 15-meter rope is basically non-existent in this event. In any other event with the dolphin kicks and the streamlines under the water, you can only stay under until that 15-meter mark, whereas in this 200 breaststroke or any breaststroke race, you can go as far as you possibly can with just that one split stroke.
Coming into the wall there, Alicia Brownbill, 2:43.81. She was out in lane 9. A great swim from her there. As we head into our 7th heat of our 200 breaststroke, we've only got 2 heats left. As we head into this 7th and second final heat of our 200 breaststroke, the girls are starting to get a little bit older, a little bit stronger. The stroke rate of them is getting a bit higher. Taking out that first 25 metres, Mia Mitchell. She looks good. She's had a really, really great first 25 metres, but starting to pull her in a little bit in lane 7, Michaela Larkin, and then in lane 6, Jiu Seo.
Yeah, it's been really interesting. I've seen Michaela Larkin compete in a lot of events this weekend. We know they run heavier programs, more long distance work out at Cheltenham, and kind of almost to me appears like it's a bit of a training run for those guys at this competition. Michaela's done a heap of those longer races. We've seen her in the 400 IMs, the 200 IMs, plenty of 200 meter backstroke, the butterfly, and now the 200 meter breaststroke. It's a big program, but she's really handling it well.
These older athletes that we might be seeing in these last 2 heats, they are definitely using this as a training run. We know that they're in hard work at the moment. This may not be the meet that they are focusing on, so instead they're out here and they're using this as a bit of a fitness training, trying some different things in their races, experimenting with different race plans. This is the perfect time to practice it. heading into our Victorian Open Championships later on in the month, Victorian Age Championships and our Country Championships, and then also later in the schedule in September, we've got our Australian Short Course Championships. So these athletes are most likely focusing on those later events.
That is 100% correct as these girls come into the 150-metre mark. Mia Mitchell is still your leader. Michaela Larkin just moving into third place spot after GUCO in lane 6. Those girls battling it out here. But I'm really glad you mentioned that opportunity to experiment with different things this early in the season. Sometimes we work on things at training, but it's always different when you go into a race capacity about whether you can actually pull them off under that pressure. So a competition like this is the ideal and optimal time to put them into a race simulation, if we might use that terminology, and see what happens.
Mia Mitchell coming under the flags there. She led it from start to finish, 2:43.13. Great time from her, 3 seconds under her entry time. Coming in and touching the wall second. We were just talking about her big program here, Michaela Larkin, 2:46.09.
So this is it, our 8th and final heat of the women's 13 and over 200-metre breaststroke. The best of the best battling it out in the pool right now, 8 laps. They are off and racing quickly. The 3 girls in those centre lanes already establishing themselves within this heat, setting out the pace at that 16 point at the 25-metre mark.
Turning on the wall first there in a 35.61, Madeline Horvath. She really took this out, and there's a few different strategies that we see in these 200 races. Some athletes will take it out faster. Other athletes might have a bit more of an aerobic base and they might come from behind. So we'll see if Madeline Horvath can hold that speed that she's produced in that first 50.
Yeah, there's definitely a couple of names within this race who we've seen before. We've seen them competing in some of those longer races. I know Farida Taha is always a fan of something a little bit further. We see her compete in likes of 400-metre freestyles as well. So she has a bit more of that endurance background. I wouldn't be surprised to see her lifting through the second half. But early on, 1:15.45 out in the first 100 for Madeline Horvath in lane 3. And she's looking nice and still really smooth, and that's definitely going to come into play when the other athletes start to fatigue. If you've conserved that little bit of extra energy early on, it's going to benefit you in the long run.
And our breaststroke and butterfly strokes that actually require our whole front half of our body to come out of the water, they're not the ones that you want to be fatiguing in. You want to actually be nice and relaxed in that first 150 metres, but as we see here, as I mentioned before, the different strategies of the 200s, lanes 4 and 5 there coming through, Amelia Vulic and Farida Taha coming through here, but Madeline Horvath is definitely holding on.
Yeah, Emily had a really good turn and underwater off that wall. She's always been great at these skills, particularly in the short course races. She tends to shine. You'll see off this wall, she's actually come out half a body length ahead and surging forward with this last 5 metres. I don't think the girls are going to have enough in the tank to catch up. Farida Taha might have just overtaken Madeline as well on that lap, so that endurance really shining from those girls in 4 and 5. As Amelie Vulic takes out the girls 13 over 200-metre breaststroke in a time of 2:36.40. Farida Taha in second, 2:37.28, and Madeline Horvath in third, 2:38.01.
Well, Kalia, we've just had 8 heats of the women's 200 breaststroke, and we get to see it all again now with 8 heats of our men. I'm pretty excited to watch another 8 heats of the breaststroke. I wasn't much of a breaststroker myself, and I think sitting here watching these athletes, I'm definitely learning myself about the breaststroke.
It certainly helps you garner a lot of respect for these athletes and just how difficult this event is. And what's exciting, particularly about our men, is the depth in which our Victorian males have in this event. Breaststrokers at that national level for us and international level as well. We really seem to have shined across the last few years, and this year was no exception. We got to see Sam Williamson compete over in Paris last night. One Victorian boy, he's come through the ranks of metropolitan swimming and events like this on the Australian Olympic team.
Definitely, and I think there's something special about being able to compete in the same stroke as our Victorian Olympian breaststroker over in Paris. Just having a little cheeky look, there is lane 5, Angus Yule, just seeing if any of his competitors are around. These boys obviously getting a lot of inspiration from Sam over the last couple of years. He's really come through the ranks. He's 26 years of age. We were talking a little bit yesterday about how it just goes to show a lot of the times we see the 19, 20-year-olds making the Olympic team. Sam's 26 and he's on his debut on the Olympic team. So he's pushed through plateauing for a few years and come out the other side, and he's been able to represent the country on the biggest stage of his life.
Yeah, I think it's really exciting as well for these guys. Once they get out of their heat in this event, hopefully they will have done a personal best. They'll be really excited. They'll also get to turn their attention to the later heats. And if I'm just taking a bit of a look at our fastest heat, that heat 8, and how many national medalists we have in there. So Harry Heath, national medalist. Felix Trussell de Bruyn, national medalist. Daniel Cave, national medalist. Lachlan Chan, national medalist. Jacob Nimmo, national medalist. Nick Stupas, national medalist. Milo Drossel-Bruyn. These are all national breaststroke medalists, and that's a lot of them from this year.
Well, we have 2 of our junior Pan Pacs breaststrokers here. Jacob Nimmo and Nicholas Stupas. They're going to compete for Australia on their first junior team, and they're both from Victoria. So it just goes to show that Sam Williamson, he set the stage for Victorian breaststroke, and it has trickled all the way down to our youngsters, just like we've seen in this race. Peter, 2:49, 3-1, and second place there. Was Angus Yule in a 2:50.89.
Yeah, now, so for some of these guys, it might be their first ever opportunity to represent the country. Now, I was fortunate enough to represent Australia in 2008 on the junior flippers team, competing against New Zealand. Sean, I know you've represented Australia a couple of times. Do you remember what that was like, that selection process onto the team, and how exciting it was for you to be able to don that green and gold and just be part of that team? Because that's really what it's all about. I think once you're in it, you never really leave it. You have those friendships for life, and those are your teammates and friends. They're not just these amazing, incredible Olympians either.
As a young girl, all I ever dreamt of was representing Australia, and I was able to do that at 15 on my first junior world championship team. And it's your first taste of what it's actually like. And you know, going over to Dubai, not only was I representing my country, but I was also learning about the different cultures at such a young age, only in year 10, traveling overseas, experiencing something that I may not have experienced if I wasn't on that Australian team. So the opportunities that actually come with making these junior teams, senior teams, I've been to places that I may not have been to before, and extremely grateful to have experienced that. Friendships for life. You go through on your Junior Worlds team, and you go through with the athletes into your senior teams. and you watch what happens to those athletes as well, and it's incredible. And I'm just so thankful that we've been able to, as a state, put 4 on the Junior Pan Pacs team, but then also have Thomas Sutherland. He was at the Oceanas just after our National Age Championship. So it's really great to see that we have these young athletes coming up underneath.
And that you can do it from Victoria. We see so many of these swimmers coming from Queensland. They have the beautiful weather, they have the numbers, but a lot of our swimmers, they come through this Melbourne metropolitan system. As we come into our final lap of the boys' Heat 2 200-metre breaststroke, Byron Gang in lane 4. He's let it start to finish. He was out quickly, maintaining that stroke down as he comes under the flags here. Looks like it's going to be a nice personal best swim from his entry time of 2:48, dropping down to a 2:34.91. Pretty close for second. Looks like it might be Xavier Walker. So he touched the wall there, 2:46.42 to take out that second place in Heat 2.
Kalia, I know that we have been seeing often in this competition that we are dropping over 10 seconds, and we're late into the competition now. It's 5 o'clock on Sunday evening. We've been here since 8 a.m. yesterday morning. I can't believe that we're still seeing those 10 seconds drops by our young athletes.
Yeah, look, in that previous heat, I do have a bit of inside information, as Byron was my swimmer up until about a week ago. So he's just upped his training massively, and I think that makes such a difference in these junior swimmers. So just 14 years old, taking that step up from those 2 to 3 sessions a week, it's just not doable anymore. You have to make that decision to really commit to the sport of swimming. So he's now doing 5 sessions a week, and we're really seeing that drop in improvement in time, particularly in those longer races.
It's always so encouraging as well to hear that someone that's upped their training is reaping the benefits now, because sometimes it feels like in this sport that you do so many grueling hours and it doesn't necessarily go your way on race day. That just goes to show that it actually does. And the more work you put in, the dedication, the early mornings, the 30+ hours we put into this sport for a 2-minute race, it's great to see.
I think the term we love to use is trust the process. Our coaches within the state, they really know what they're doing. They do such a fantastic job with all of their athletes, and we do know and have the best interest of the athletes at heart. We're not just telling you to come down to the pool and train, 6 or 7 times a week because we like to torture you. It is for your benefit. You do reap the rewards. It is a tough sport. We spend hours and hours in the pool swimming lap after lap for a race that lasts under 3 minutes. It's here and it's gone so quickly, but every hour you put into that training is going to benefit you. And it might only be 0.1 or 0.2 to begin with, but at the end of the day, if you chip off that amount of time every single time you race, as long as you're moving forward, you're going to be getting there eventually.
Andre Tallarico over in lane 0, having a really beautiful swim here. He's sitting really high in the water. You can see that when he strokes, majority of his body is actually coming out of the water, and he's going to touch first there, 2:32.2. Not far behind him though, Harold Zhu, 2:32.46. Again, some great swims we're seeing here this evening at MSAC. in the water now. We have heat 4, and there's quite a few swimmers up there having a great first 75 metres of this race. Lane 8 in Leon Vidal having a really, really strong first half of this race. Not far behind him, though, is lane 5, Timothy Roche. And over the other side of the pool, a nice little battle going on of Quinn Richards and Matthew Brophy in 0 and 1. Leon Vidal being really aggressive in his stroke here, gliding really nicely through the water. He's got a really strong pull in his arms, and then after his arm pull is coming a really strong kick. It's great to see.
Yes, it is a beautiful technique being shown off by Leon here. I imagine he must have had an awesome coach as a junior.
You can really see that the front part of his pull here, he's turning his hands out and he's really grasping a lot of water there. Obviously in swimming, we want to hold as much water as possible, especially in a 200-metre race. You want to see the glide through the water, holding that water, and that's exactly what Leon Vidal is doing.
Yeah, particularly when we look at that breaststroke pull, it's almost like two separate scull movements. So we've got that out sweep scull where we want to grab the water that we're going to be shifting ourselves over, and then you have the in sweep scull where we come across that water and we really move ourselves past it like it becomes a solid, not just a liquid.
2:31.19 is the time there that won that heat by Leon Vidal. Beautiful breaststroke, like we just said. In second place in that heat, Timothy Roche, 2:37.57. Again, our boys dropping times from their entry times late this evening.
Alfie Graves heading out quickly in this 200. He's turned in a time of 31.86 at the 50-metre mark. Some interesting strategies in this 200-metre breaststroke. I see a lot of these athletes trying to get out ahead of the crowd, almost like they really crave and want that clear water. Do we think it makes a bit of difference if you kind of get stuck in the pack in breaststroke more than other strokes?
Definitely. I think that in breaststroke, you really want to try and be out ahead. I know that definitely if you can't see anyone else around you, you know you're out front, and there's something about that knowing that there's people behind you trying to chase you. So I think that we're seeing some athletes, we've talked about the different strategies in these 200s. Some athletes just love to get out there. They love to hurt early and see how long they can hold on for. Sometimes it also benefits their back half of the race. So if you know that going out faster is going to work for you, then that's what we'll see. It's sometimes if you don't go out fast enough, it's really hard to then build into the race and pick your stroke rate up. And I know when I was a swimmer and I was doing my 200 backstrokes, if I didn't get that real sweet spot of going out hard enough, but obviously not too hard, so hard to get.
There's also a little bit of a tactic in pushing out that first part of the race really fast and sort of making the other swimmers in there panic a bit. It's like, oh, are we swimming slow? Are they swimming fast? You become a little bit unsure, and you can kind of throw other people off a bit too. So there's definitely some benefits to being out in front, as Alfie has just shown us there, taking out Heat 5 in a time of 2:32.15. Jack Gonzalez over in 1. He tried to stick with him, finished strong for a 2:33.90, and Tyler Miette finished third, 2:38.05.
And he's wiped off 8 seconds off his entry time. And just for those at home, over a 200, that's phenomenal, because we talk about our 50s getting 0.1 or 0.2 of a second PB. On average, he's just dropped 2 seconds per 50, which is huge.
Yeah, when our splits are coming around that 20-second mark, it's almost a metre per second. So we consider that it's getting close to 8 metres in front of your personal best time. Now, if you put your old self comparing that time to that current swim in the same race, they wouldn't even be in the same ballpark. That's nuts. Swimming out of lane 4 in heat 6 here, Xavier Eagle. Now, this is a name I got very familiar with over our long course season. Xavier at the state age championships did some phenomenal swims and really showcased a lot of back end speed. So pretty exciting to me that he's this far in front at the first 100 metre mark, and I expect he's going to actually continue to improve in this second half of the 200.
He's only 14 years old, and to be in the 6th heat of our timed finals here this evening, it's just fantastic to see. We did talk about earlier the 8th heat being absolutely full of some breaststroke national medalists. So we've got a lot of swimmers here with a lot of talent and the depth of the field here. So for, you know, this young 14-year-old to be in a race with all the open swimmers, it's going to set him up for the next few years to come.
It really is, and technically he is super efficient. He holds that beautiful glide, which shows us he's got that nice snappy kick, the ability to stretch out into that streamline position and keep the momentum while actually getting a bit of a rest. So super exciting to see what he can do in years to come.
Well, he's led start to finish here. He's being slightly challenged by Daniel Over. Apologies, that is Gabriel over in lane 1. But I think Xavier Eagle has just been too strong for the rest of the field. 2:31.02. Brilliant time for him there. Coming in second is Gabriel Guiarino, 2:31.94.
Nicholas Wu in lane 2, off to a speedy start in heat 7 of 8 in this men's 13 and over 200 metre breaststroke, out in a 31.14, not far off that 30-second mark.
I'm loving seeing the split strokes go past that 10 metres. Nicholas Wu really putting in the good works underneath the water there, and he's reaping the benefits of that because he's just turned first by a second in a 107.35 at the 100-metre mark.
Yeah, he's got that technique style that I really like, getting that body up and out and over the water. Going with him is Thomas Greenwood in lane 1 from Surrey Park. He's looking very smooth as well. Those boys, they've got that nice glide on the stroke still. We do have 50 metres left to swim at the end of this lap. The gap is closing up. Max Malone in lane 5, also trying to join into this party in the top 3. One of those other Surrey Park boys. So we watch this wall.
Nicholas still having that great underwater, that great split stroke. Thomas Greenwood probably swimming on top of the water. His swim speed's a little faster at the moment.
He has just taken over the lead. Tom Greenwood. And a really good turn from him too. So touched slightly in front and then actually improved on that margin on that final underwater. It's nice to see Tom pulling it together in this last lap. Picking up that rate onto the wall. The time there, 2:24.28. Nicholas Wu in second, 2:25.35. And then in third place, Max Malone.
We're into our 8th and final heat. Earlier we were talking about how much of a depth of field this race was, but we have had a couple of late withdrawals. There is no lane 4 or lane 5, so probably our most experienced swimmer of Daniel Cave of the field. He hasn't come in tonight, which opens up the door for our younger swimmers who, as we said, we've got multiple national medalists in this race. Pointing out our junior Pan Pacs competitors, Jacob Nimmo and Nicholas Dupas heading to Canberra to represent Australia in the junior team for the first time. Nick Dupas, probably more of a 200-metre breaststroker than Jacob Nimmo. We see Jacob in the 100 breaststroke a little bit more, but looking to the pool now, Thomas Dale has really taken it out hard.
Yeah, he really did, and he's looking nice in his stroke, still holding that long glide. So I think as we go throughout this race, he has that potential to start picking up that rating and actually moving through a little bit quicker. As he turns there in a 105.14. Sorry, Sian.
That's okay. Going there with him is Nick Stupas, but also over the other side, Felix Dressel-De Bruyn. We did say that there's a lot of good breaststrokers in this race, and I have a feeling there's a few different strategies going on. I think the last 50 might be an exciting 50.
I really do. Stoop starting to come through nicely now. We know Felix can have a little bit of a last lap special in him sometimes. He does look a little bit more controlled than perhaps he did at Nationals, where his strategy was to go out faster and hold on. So the more these guys have those opportunities to race, the better they're going to get. But Thomas Dale's really going to be hard to beat here.
He is, and just looking at the different turns, techniques we have here, a lot of the boys choosing to split their hands. They're allowed to do that now. Still touching the wall at the same time, using a bit more of that leverage of the split hand, but Thomas Dale led start to finish. Too strong from these other boys, 2:14.72. Felix Dressel-De Bruyn with a great last 100 metres, 2:16.41. And then Nick Stupas, 2:17.97. Great swim from all the boys. Honestly, Carlia, it's a quick 200 breaststroke across the board there. Don't discount the ones that just went under 2:20 as well.
That is a fast race. There is absolutely no shame in being 5th, 6th in that heat of such elite breaststroke boys, and so great to see them here competing at our UNCLOUD 2024 Victorian Metropolitan Championships.
In the water now, we have event 88 women 100-meter freestyle multi-class. Now we've seen a lot of these young women in here in our 50 meters earlier. We had our 50-meter backstroke, our 50-meter butterfly, but now they're going to tackle the 100-meter freestyle. We've also spoken about how this is a multi-class event, so all of our athletes are fighting against their own times, the world record. It's not necessarily who puts their hand on the wall first, it's whoever is closest to that world record. So we go off points for this multi-class event.
And at the end of the day, Sian, those medals are really nice to have around your neck walking away from this event, but also what is more special are those personal best swims, and particularly if you can pull one of those out when it's coming towards the end of the competition. If you had 5 or 6 races throughout the weekend, being able to really lift your game and finish on a strong note.
We all know that personal bests are what we are striving for on top of those gold medals, and a lot of the time the gold medals do come with a personal best and you get the double whammy there. So Ruby Halliday there touching first, 1:24.37, 3 seconds under her entry time, so I reckon she'll be pretty happy with that. Madeline Fox, we've seen a lot of her today, 1:41.13. I reckon she's pretty happy with that. She's looking at her coach, she's giving it a bit of a fist pump. She's got her hand over her mouth. I reckon she's pretty happy with that. What do you think, Kalia?
Yeah, I think so as well. I know Laura's really working really hard with Julianne to change her turn style to better suit her in this race. So we've done a lot of work on what's going to be faster for her. And obviously that has paid off within that 100 freestyle there. So very exciting stuff.
In the water now, we have the men 100-meter freestyle multi-class. We just saw the girls. Hamish Keenan in the water there. He is our age group para-athlete of the year in Victoria. Great to see him out here doing multiple events. We also have over in lane 0, we have Ahmed Kelly. Now, Ahmed Kelly is heading over to his 5th Paralympic Games along with Cole Pearce, and we are so excited to see them race towards the end of August there, early September. He's been around for so long in the Victorian swimming, and for him to be racing against these young ones like Hamish Keenan, who are up-and-comers, so great to see. Hamish has just touched the wall there, 1:04.67. Just under his entry time, along with lane 5, Kelvin Tran. We've seen a couple of battles between those two today, very similar times racing there. So it's really been great to see these multi-class athletes in the pool. Congratulations to Ahmed Kali there, and good luck for the Paralympics. We're so excited to watch you smash it out over there. On pool deck now is our 1500 metre freestyle. Now this is a 12 and over mixed event, so we've been seeing 13 and over races this afternoon. We're bringing in the 12-year-olds here, giving them an opportunity to race the 1500 metre freestyle. I tell you what, short course 1500, it's 60 laps of the pool. We're going to have 2 heats here of our mixed athletes, so females and males will be racing here. All different age groups from the age of 12 and above, so strap yourselves in. We've got 2 1500 metre freestyles, 60 laps of our short course pool to get through. Also a massive thank you to our club volunteers who are standing at the other end of the pool with their lap counters. Very difficult to count 60 laps of a race, so we do have lap counters there for our athletes to take a little sneaky look to make sure that they are counting the right laps. Our athletes are now in the pool for heat 1 of 2 for this 1500 metre freestyle. Now obviously pool maintenance is huge. To allow our athletes to be swimming in an amazing facility like this here at MSAC, and Swimming Victoria's new major sponsor and aquatic facility maintenance partner is Mattioli. They've got over 50 years of experience and they're experts in building and upgrading pools. This partnership will connect organisations seeking advice directly to Mattioli, playing a pivotal role in shaping the future of swimming in Victoria. What a great partnership we have there. Swimming Victoria partnering with some amazing brands. Mattioli, one of them. Another one is our Funky Trunks and our Funkita, a long-standing sponsor of Swimming Victoria. A lot of our Victorian swimmers wearing our Funkita and Funky Trunks. On top of that as well, we are here at the 2024 UNCLOUD Victorian Metropolitan Short Course Championships. UNCLOUD sponsoring all of our short course races, short course championships over the next few months. Vaping is on the rise here in Australia, and over the past few years, a range of public health responses have emerged to tackle the complex issues. So the UNCLOUD campaign, Swimming Victoria partnered with Vic Health to amplify this campaign across our upcoming events and programs this short course season. Some absolutely phenomenal campaigns and partnerships. Swimming Victoria based around community. We absolutely love the parents, the supporters, the officials, our partnerships, our sponsors. Into the race now. We've obviously done 175 metres, heading now down to the 200, and in lane 3, William Ko turning first in a time of 2:20.05. Going through the amazing athletes who are tackling this 1500 today. In lane 0, Piper Hall. She is from Ivanhoe Aqua Power, age of 13. In lane 2, Thomas Keam. He is from Melbourne Swimming Club. He's only 12 years old. In lane 2, we have Owen Cooper from Flyers swim team, the age of 15. William Cow in lane 3. He is 14 years old from MLC Aquatic. Miller Clark in lane 4 there, 14 years of age from the Flyers Swim Club. In lane 5, we have Oliver Seeley. He is also from Flyers Swim Team, only the age of 12. So we've got a couple of 12-year-olds in this event here. Ada Mayer, she is from Western Aquatic Academy Swimming, 15 years of age. Kaylee Faulkner in lane 7. She is from Ringwood Swimming Club, age of 15 years old. And in lane 8, Thomas Whale. He is from Nunawading Swimming Club, 14 years of age as well. And then we've got, finally in lane 9, Zoe Brightwell from Swimland Swim Club, age of 14. Next to me, we are welcoming one of our coaches from Western Melbourne Propulsion, Sebastian Bettiol. Thank you so much for joining us in this 1500 metre freestyle.
It's great to be here, Sean. Looking forward to it. And what an awesome day when we've got the Olympics on in the background over there. How good is it being here?
It's been phenomenal. Carlia and I have obviously been here for the full weekend, so we've had a lot of swimming here. We've had some great results. We were just saying earlier, there's 10-second drops everywhere over the meet. It's absolutely phenomenal to see. What do you think it is in the water? Because this is obviously our first short course race of the season for a lot of them. 10-second drops over 100, 200, 400. What do you think it is?
I think we're like, and hate to continue to refer to COVID, but it's been now a few years ago. So I think they've actually got a couple years in their swimming. So it's been good to actually see the development, especially of our junior swimmers. They've missed out on a lot of swimming over that COVID period. So yeah, I think that's part of it. And let's be honest, everyone's a little bit more motivated when they see the Olympics on TV. They're excited to see Arnie and everyone winning gold. So I think that also just adds to the general environment, general fuel to help propel them, especially in this long 1500.
100%. I mean, we've had 4 medal opportunities this morning in the Olympics, and we medalled in all of them. We medalled in the 400 freestyle of the men with Elijah Winnington. Then we had Ariane in the 400 freestyle. I think I was mainly impressed with our 4x100 metre swims. The men, silver, Kyle Chalmers coming home really quickly there. Yeah. And then obviously our women absolutely dominating that 4x100 as well.
It's absolutely incredible. And how good was it seeing Emma just get up and become our most successful Olympian? It was unbelievable to see this morning, which was fantastic. So I think it's only going to continue to get better with Kaylee to come. Molly O as well this morning. It's absolutely sensational. It's going to be a great few days. A lot of early mornings though. I think it's all right for us swimmers. But I'll tell you what,
used to the 4:30 a.m.s, I think. Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, I hurt a little bit getting up on a Sunday morning at 4:30 to watch Arnie, but you girls have done well on the Michael day after that.
Yeah, I did get up at 4:30 this morning, and I did go back to bed for a couple of hours. I honestly think I probably should have stayed up, but I'll hand over to Carly. She's got a couple of questions for you as well.
Now, while we do have our 1500 metre events in the pool, I think it's important to acknowledge just the differences in training that go on behind the scenes. We've seen a lot of 100 and 200 metre races. And Seb, you coach a lot of these distance swimmers. You've seen from open water all the way through to sprint. How do you approach the differences in those different kinds of training? And especially between our junior athletes, we've got 13, 14-year-olds here, and then also our open athletes.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I don't know whether it's 2 or 3 heats worth of 1500s. I don't think we've seen that for a couple of years amongst our junior swimmers. So it's nice to see not everyone has drunk the sprint revolution Kool-Aid, let's say, and is continuing to work hard and do some of the extra mileage required for like a strong distance program. But I'd say in terms of the coaching of these athletes, obviously there's additional sessions required, so you're not going to get away swimming 15 on 5 or 6 sessions per week. you're looking at more 7, 8, 9 at a minimum, and also just extending out the duration of each session and the amount of Ks covered. So, for example, we do a lot of stroke rate work, stroke count. So the old 31s, we might try and add in some stroke count to that. So they're accountable on not only the front end of the set when they're fresh, but also on the back end of the set. So how much has their stroke count varied from the first 2 100s of, say, 31s to their last 3?
I love it when coaches make me sound like I know what I'm doing. Sean and I did talk earlier about those longer aerobic sets, those 30, 41s, sometimes even pushing out into your longer distance weeks, maybe up to 51s for your elite athletes. What kind of things do you look for in the juniors that might give you that impression that this is the kid to target for these longer events? Because I know when you're sitting around that 12, 13-year age group, you probably don't want to be the kid picked for the longer sets, not the nice, cruisy 15-metre sprints. What elements and aspects are you looking for within those athletes?
Yeah, a very, very good question. You actually can see from some of the younger athletes, those that actually enjoy just spending time in the water and doing a little bit more work, enjoy spending a little bit more, just doing longer sets and kind of settle into the session over the longer sets. So some junior athletes might not be super quick over 15 or 25 or 35, but if given the opportunity to excel over some longer distance, some 2s and 4s at those 13, 14-year-old age groups, then that's almost the building block for like a 8 and a 1500 more senior level athlete.
Obviously in the pool now we've got some 12-year-olds all the way up to our 15, 16, 17-year-olds, and I personally think this is one of my favourite things about this competition. We've got the 12 and unders in the morning. Mixed in with them are the 400-metre freestyles, the 1500-metre freestyles of the older athletes. But we also see at that junior level, they're in the 200 IM, they're in the 100 breaststroke, the 100 backstroke, the 400 freestyle. When do you think, at what age are these athletes choosing their main strokes?
Yeah, good. Again, another really good question. I think we're starting to see junior athletes stay a little bit more varied, which is a great thing, up until some of those senior age groups. So if you look at a lot of our junior level athletes at a national age, they're swimming quite diverse events, which is absolutely fantastic, because what a 12 and 13-year-old might excel at might be very different to that same kid at 15, 16, 17. Obviously they grow, like body changes, they can get some more, they might move into a distance program or something like that, and given opportunities to target alternative events and given the opportunity to also excel in some different events.
And these athletes, we've seen them over and over in the program, the same names, as I just mentioned, multiple events. What are you telling your athletes how to recover between each race? Is in the cool down, nutrition? What are some tips for those athletes that might be listening that might have 4 or 5 different races?
Yeah, good call. One thing too, we're very lucky in Victoria to have like Will Petrick that's excelled, and if you follow his programs at a state age or national age, he's swimming so many events like day in, day out, to prepare for like his one event, like the 400 and obviously the 200 IM. So he's swimming diverse events and stroke events to help prepare for that single or those 2 individual medley events. I think that's really important in a junior program, not just to target the 2 and 4, but to swim stroke events if you are going to work towards that IM, which all age groupers should. Just step on my soapbox there. In terms of recovery, I think that you need to be really important and really accountable to have a quick chat to your coach, but the primary thing after each event should be jumping into the cool down pool, recovering adequately, doing a sufficient cool down. Also, just making sure you're having a bite to eat, nothing too heavy, but having something to eat and drink, roughly between 10 to 20 minutes after your race.
Now, I did get the opportunity to listen to you speaking to some of your athletes post-race this afternoon. And one of the things I noticed is we weren't looking at times. We are still so early in the season. Why is it that we're not looking at times now?
Yeah.
And when will you start to introduce that opinion and that breakdown of the splits and the 50s and all of that more time-based element of the events?
Yeah, you ladies asking
you
great
some good questions.
Great questions here. So early in season, especially short course season, it's a great opportunity for skill development. So working out turns. So for example, we're really looking at how they're coming off the wall today and how they're going into their turns. Are they getting deep enough on their underwaters? Are they going far enough on the underwaters? Some are actually probably going a little bit too far, losing some of that velocity off the wall. We're looking at individual aspects of a race rather than the race in its entirety. Regarding when do we start looking at times? Within an age group pro, we try and take a bit of a different philosophy. So we're looking at not just the result at the end of a season of a single race, but has their kick improved across the season, has their stroke count dropped, has their pull improved, has maybe their weak or form stroke improved. So rather than being judged on a single swim at the end of the season, we look at these, which could be impacted by illness, confidence, whatever it might be. Instead, we're trying to evaluate in an age group program anyway, different aspects that should make up that final swim.
Yeah, I think that's a great philosophy to have for these age group programs. It seems like they're really learning about swimming, and it's not just about that end result. It really is about the process and how you're getting there. Bringing us back to this 1500, I was mentioning before, we have a couple of 12-year-olds in here, which might be their first 1500 ever. What would you as a coach be telling a little 12-year-old that might be in with the 15, 16, 17, 18-year-olds? What would you be advising them for their first 1500?
First of all, they're much more gutsy than I was as a 12-year-old. I don't even think I could have run 1500, let alone swim it. But yeah, essentially what we'd be telling them is to worry about being in their worry about just their own lane, thinking about their skills on each turn, trying to be accountable to some sort of stroke count, but also being able to self-regulate within the race, because if this is their first 1500, they're likely to go out maybe a little bit too quickly. So then be okay to back off. Or it could be the flip. They swim 1200 and they're like, oh no, I've got plenty left in the tank. And then they're going through the last 300 at almost negative splitting or something like that. And that's all okay as part of this learning process as a 12-year-old. And starting these kind of events as a 12-year-old, I think gives you huge opportunity to learn. Like if you look at someone like Emma, Zach, Kyle, they've swum so many races over their career, so that gives them so many learning opportunities over it. So these young 12-year-olds, think about how many 1500s they're going to have swum by 18 relative to someone that starts swimming a 1500 at 16 years of age.
Now, Sean and I spoke yesterday about how most of our races within swimming, we break down into quarters. So they're quite easy. Your 200, it's 450s. Your 100, it's 425s. The 1500 is obviously a little bit more challenging. We can't kind of break it down into quarters. Now, I've had a few interesting discussions. My variation, or the way I've always done it when I swam 1500 was, it was 3 400s in a row, and then the last part was 3 100s to send.
Yeah, nice.
And that's how I looked at it. But what's your perspective? What's your take? How do you get your athletes to break down the 1500 to make it a little bit easier to count laps and know where they're at and what they should be focusing on?
Essentially, that first 100, I somewhat discount. So they're carrying a little bit of easy speed. Often with junior national age group athletes, it's about being a little bit more restrained on that first 100. So you don't worry about that one, but just hold your horses. The danger, I think, in that first 100 is, as I said, just to overextend yourself. So if we take that out, then similar sort of thing. I'm looking at 3 4s, and then trying to, that first one, we're establishing a bit of a rhythm, staying relatively light on the legs. That's the second 400, I think, is the danger for. So sometimes you can see stroke counts change and fluctuate. So that one, especially with short course swimming, it's a bit easier to be accountable to it. I'm asking the age group athletes to stay accountable to your stroke rate, stay accountable to your stroke count over that middle 4. Then with in that last 400 or that sort of third 400, we're starting to try and build through, bring in your legs as they're coming through now. Bring in
I was going to say, you're timing this race plan to perfection as William KO just turns for his final 50 here.
And we can see, if we look here, see now all of a sudden he's bringing in his legs, but he's been careful not to lift his stroke rate too much. So he's still establishing like really good connection at the top end of his stroke. And then whatever in that final 200, what we're just looking at is like, see what you've got left. So that's when we can sort of go for it. And I say race the last two. Yeah.
And in a mixed 1500 freestyle like this, William went out all on his own, and he actually swam his own race, and we have seen that a little bit in our distance races. They are mixed. We've got females and males in here, so it's really great to see that they are still dropping so much time, but they're out there racing themselves, or maybe someone next to them. We were talking a little bit earlier about how it can be a positive when you have someone next to you racing, but it also can be a negative.
Big time.
Because you may just get stuck in that racing next to them.
Yeah, and that's a real danger, I think, with Victorian age groups. So because there's not the depth there, you can end up racing lane 7 can end up racing lane 8, and there might be actually from different age groups, and you can get stuck racing when you probably need to focus a little bit on your own race plan with that, because you might have very, very different race strategies and targets. So, as you said, a great point there, Sean, where it's really important just to establish your own race plan with it. Yeah. We can see fantastic work here, like even some of these athletes are keeping their head down in the last 5, still racing through, which is really, really good for a final day of an early season distance event.
And I think, correct me if I'm wrong here, but William Cow, his entry time, 19 minutes 0222. He's just dropped a minute 15 off his entry time.
Mate, I tell you, I think you are correct there. How incredible is that?
Our maths is getting so much better this weekend.
So much better.
I'll be honest, I didn't do the maths, but I backed you in.
Anyone out there listening, correct me if I'm
Coaches
wrong.
supporting commentators, and we love it.
We are finishing off here, the last ones coming into the wall. You can hear the bells from our officials. They stand there, they watch every single lap, every single stroke of these 1500 metre freestyle to ensure that each and every athlete aren't getting disqualified. It's all fair, and I tell you what, these officials, they're phenomenal. They stand on their feet all day, watch all the swimming, and they've got to concentrate the whole time.
I was one of the unlucky coaches to not get a seat today, and I've been standing on my feet all day. And have the swimmers and my other coaches heard about it? So I don't know how.
See, you should have come over to the commentary booth earlier.
We've got lovely seats over here.
It is.
Best seat in the house.
Well, it truly is.
We've got 35 metres left to swim here. Zoe Bridewell in lane 9. Now, these were combined, these heats. So Zoe was seeded to be in the first heat of 3 1500s. They have combined it, so she's come up against a lot quicker athletes than she probably was expecting when she was in the warm-up pool. So great to see her putting together a really great swim here. Her entry time, again, 22 minutes and 4 seconds.
Look at this.
She's going to absolutely smash it, and I think great job from her.
That's a sensational swim there by Zoe.
So, Seb, we've got another 1500 metre. Are you going to stick around?
Mate, I might as well stick around. Yeah.
I definitely think it's worthwhile.
Here.
Look at this lineup. Some really great athletes going to be competing in this final heat, and it's our final individual event of the Metropolitan Championships. We just have those super exciting relays to come after this, so stay tuned, because this could be a fun one to watch.
Yeah, I think Harry Hay, having seen him, we actually did leading in June National Age, sort of we worked with MLC and did some combined session, and he was an impressive young athlete that's only, I think, getting better and better. So it'd be great to see how he goes about this early season swimming in the 1500.
Well, we were talking about, and I know we don't like to bring it up, the COVID era of Victoria, and a lot of us you know, listening on the live stream today, we witnessed that a lot of these young swimmers spending up to 2 years out of the water, and Harry Hay is one of those ones that probably wasn't swimming all that often at the age of 13, 14, and now we've finally come up. And I think you were very right before, Seb, we're actually seeing these athletes being able to have trained for the last 12 months to 2 years consistently.
Exactly, yeah. And we're just seeing the fruits of their labour, and I guess their own, their coaches' work as well, and parents now. And again, I don't think we would have seen this number of entrants previously in the 1500 at the Metro Champs. We would have just had a single heat. Even if you think of Victorian Age Championships, there wouldn't be this number of competitors. And I think it's a real opportunity for Victorian swimmers and, dare I say, like national swimmers, because there isn't the same depth in the distance events. So when we look at future team selections and national aids, I think there's a real opportunity for these young athletes to make a mark on the sport in some distance events.
And we're looking at Harry Hay here. He is taking it out 59.73. Seb, as a coach, what do you like about Harry's stroke there?
Yeah. So if you look here, so there's hard to tell, but on the camera, look at this. We've even got our TV cameras here, but you can see there's very little bubbles coming from his stroke. So he's got an incredibly efficient stroke. He's quite long at the back end as well, so he's extending his triceps out. Those of you watching along at home, I'd encourage you to count his strokes and then go out to a 25-metre pool and see what you're doing. I can assure you I'd probably be doing double the amount of strokes that he is. But he's and towards the back end of this event as well, you'll see that his stroke count changes very little.
And we're in a short course season, so obviously we're in a 25-metre pool, 60 laps, it's a lot of laps, 59 turns. How important are turns? We've talked about it in the sprint, you know, the underwaters, but in the distance events, they're probably not sitting underwater for as long because they're trying to conserve their oxygen. Yeah. But what do you concentrate on your turns in a 1500?
Yeah, great question. So it depends a lot on the athlete. So we train with heart rate monitors, and we've actually seen that if they hold too long underwater, it spikes their heart rate quite considerably, and it can have an adverse impact on their swimming. So we're trying to look for the optimal amount. So for some athletes, that might be 2 kicks to come up. I know if you watch some of the Olympians, even in the 15, they're doing a single butterfly kick and coming up. Harry here, I think, would be doing 2 or 3. Let's have a look. Well, maybe 2.
Maybe 2 there.
Maybe 2.
It's hard to see from
here. But we're essentially looking for them to maintain that momentum as much as possible without fatiguing them too much.
And for those at home who may not have watched a lot of distance swimming, you can see Harry there. He's really not using his legs at all, which is very different to what we might have seen earlier in our 100 freestyle. Yeah. Is it personal preference, or do we want to use our arms more in a long distance event? Yeah,
a few of the distance athletes can get onto the kicker a fair bit. Obviously, Harry's more of an arm-dominant athlete, and some will favour their pull. But you can see he's still using his kick a little bit just for balance through the stroke. So there'll be like a single kick through balance. But it'll be interesting to see Harry, whether these legs come in on the back end of this 1500.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. I used to train with Mac Horton, who's one of our distance swimmers here from Victoria, and I'll always remember he actually used to put a pull buoy in and his paddles on, and he'd go faster than he would in the swim. Do you see that a lot in distance swimmers? Yeah,
definitely. Robbie Dillison's another one that I give him a paddle on a pull buoy and he loves it. Giving him a kickboard and you better look the other way. So, the distance swimmers are often quite top heavy and are able to generate a lot more power through their catch and through their pull, and will actually prefer pull buoy, especially because it brings their hips up a little bit as well.
Yeah, speaking of Robbie Dillison, we know that he was Open Water Swimmer of the Year, Open Water Coach of the Year. But we've seen a little bit of a different side to him here at the Metro Champs. We had the 50 freestyle, then the 100 breaststroke, the 200 IM. It's a bit of a method to that madness.
Yeah, it's he wanted a little bit of a break from some of those distance events, and he actually really loves short course swimming. So he wanted just to focus a little bit on his breaststroke. He thinks of himself as a pretty handy breaststroker, and keeps the other breaststrokers accountable and loves racing a bit of breaststroke. So yeah, we're just trying to mix it up a little bit. As a senior athlete, just set some new goals, some different targets. Partly for engagement over this short course season.
Yeah, I think Sean and I have spent the whole weekend sitting here together. We've started to share one brain because I was honestly about to ask you pretty much the same question. But also, how nice is it for that opportunity for these athletes who get kind of pigeonholed into their really events that they're super talented at, like the open waters and the longer distance freestyles, where you're doing a lot of that training day in, day out, long distance sets of freestyle. You can mix it up with pull and kick and scull, but at the end of the day, it's all still freestyle. So what kind of reprieve is it to be able to come here and race something like breaststroke, and what effect does that have on their mental status?
I think it's huge, especially from an engagement point of view, because there's a lot of these distance swimmers might be the only one or two distance swimmers in the program, so it can be isolating within even their own training program, let alone through a competition environment. So it's nice to be able to do some main, for the distance swimmers to be given the opportunities to do some main sets with the main group, do some sprint sets with the main group, surprise some of the sprinters as well. You never know what they're capable of. So I think that's really, really important. And short course season does give a bit of opportunity for it. I think this year, for some of them, it's going to be a little bit different because obviously World Short Course is going to be selected in just a matter of weeks, with a lot of our swimmers that just maybe missed the Paris team would see it as an opportunity to get on an Australian team. So this year, as opposed to previous years, they're probably going to be a little bit more specific towards their usual targeted events.
And we're seeing more and more often now the longevity of swimmers in the sport. We've got Bronte Campbell, Emma McKeon, 30 years old. They've just been in that 4x100 freestyle this morning. How imperative is it on changing up these senior athletes' programs to keep them in the sport and keep them interested and engaged?
Yeah, well, firstly, I think it's imperative for our sport to retain the senior athletes. As
I'm sitting right here next to you. And Kalia.
I think,
go the oldies.
Yeah, go the oldies, right? Making me feel a bit older next year, ladies. But it's I think it's imperative because these guys are great role models to the younger athletes. They provide mentors within the training environment, within the competition environment, and I think it's something that previously our sport hasn't done that well, is retain our more senior level athletes. And when we're talking senior, we're talking early 20s often and mid 20s. So I think it's something that we can continue to develop by providing a little bit more of a flexible training environment, maintain engagement by doing a few different events during short course season, maybe just change some of those competition targets, those training targets over short or even over a year period, to allow them to stay engaged and maintain a connection within the sport.
Yeah, obviously it can be done. I mean, we look at that Australian Olympic team we've got in Paris at the moment, and we do have some incredible youngsters on the team, first timers, but we've also got the likes of Bronte Campbell, Emma McKeon, both of those girls 30 years old this year. So, I mean, if we go back 8, 10 years, we wouldn't have seen as much of that on the teams. That sort of retirement age were those mid-20s, and now we're extending that longevity of the athletes. They can do it in Queensland, and we're starting to see it a little bit more down here in Victoria. So do you think that's been an overall approach from the actual Swimming Victoria community or the coaches, or where do you think that's kind of spurred from?
Yeah, good question. I think during COVID, it actually allowed people to stay engaged. So as opposed to some senior athletes quitting when there wasn't that much to do, whether they were training on their own. A lot of swimmers actually came back over that COVID period, which has been good. Training on their own, mind you, not within a training environment, but that's been fantastic. But I think we're doing a much better job as a coaching group and as a swimming community to provide training environments that support a senior swimmer. So that's whether that's be training with other senior swimmers, doing sessions together, like we've done a couple of sessions with Surrey, for example. So there's that social element. Where it became difficult previously, I think if there's one 20-year-old and they're training with 14-year-olds, day in, day out, that can be a little bit more difficult. But if we can support that 20-year-old by they train within a largely age group program maybe a few times a week and train with an open group another couple of times a week, I think we're going to see more and more senior swimmers retained in the sport, which is only a good thing.
And I think it's so good for our coaches too. I mean, looking back to my time swimming, I felt like coaches were very secluded and they kept everything to themselves, and it was their program and their way and nothing else. Whereas now we have this much kind of a younger group of coaches coming through who have that real willpower and want to work together and be a community and help one another. So knowing that they don't have strengths in every single category of coaching and being willing to actually ask for help or guidance and learn. And I think you've been someone that's been a massive part of that, and we really appreciate it. I know myself as a coach, I often come to you for a good old chin wag and a little chat about things, but how do you feel about the group of coaches coming through and those changes that we're seeing in front of us?
Yeah, I think like Swim Victoria's in a really, really good place. I think the groundwork was even done years ago when Rowan was still our technical director. He placed a big emphasis, I should say, on the camaraderie amongst the coaches, and that's continued, like with Nick Baker in the role, whether it's like social events or just even just the coaches table along here. It's become less of a competitive environment and much more of an open, collaborative environment, which is only a good thing. So I think we can continue to do more, and I'd love to see like programs do combined sessions more and more. But I think we're on a really, really good path, led by like the good work of some of those in the SB office.
And this sort of new age coaching, we're taking a much more holistic approach to it. There's a lot of focus on the well-being of our athletes and creating good people, not just athletes. And I think that that's done really well in Swimming Victoria. We have a lot of good people here and it's very community based. What do you do as a coach and as a club and a leader of your club to make sure that your athletes are being well looked after? There is that holistic approach to it and they're coming out happy, healthy and smiling.
Yeah, good question. So we're quite flexible with our senior athletes in terms of, even senior age groupers through year 11 and 12. So we have a program, essentially what's called a state open squad, where their training requirements are significantly less for VCE students in the hope that they'll reconnect and can pick up the sport, where that might be even they're only doing 2 sessions at the moment, or maybe one swim and a couple gym through their VCE, but then they come back to swim through uni and things like that. Also, like, we're really lucky we've got a great president in Luca who started a mentor program where the senior swimmers mentor a junior swimmer, and some of these senior swimmers are in their 20s, so they look after a couple of our and mentor a couple of junior athletes, and that mentoring extends beyond the pool, but in terms of how to balance swimming and school life and socially as well, and competing sports and competing interests. And I think that's been a really powerful factor in creating a more well-rounded athlete and person.
Now, Seb, my final question to you, bit of a curveball one perhaps, but a conversation I often have with my coaching friends is just how much your influence and personality affects the squad. And I know in my experience, I'm a bit renowned for being fairly loud and outgoing, and I actually had my last squad turn up one day. They'd all gone out and bought hot pink bathers and painted their nails, boys and girls included, to be just like me. So clearly there is that little bit of an element of your personality exchanging with your swimmers. Have you found that with your group?
Yeah, well, as you guys know, I do, and as probably our viewers now know, I do love a chat. So let's say it can take a little bit on the negative side. It can sometimes take a while for us to get started in the mornings. They know how they can distract me. Sean, having swum with me previously as well, know they can distract me through the session. So what can sometimes be an hour and a half session on paper can very quickly become a 2-hour session.
Yeah, all the athlete misses 2 kilometres of the session because
exactly,
they end up talking on the side of the pool, which honestly I think is a great
element of being coached by you. I think it allows the swimmers to feel really, really comfortable at coming to their coach for different reasons. And I know that personally I loved that about being coached by you. And I think that talking about the well-being and the holistic approach, you know, the athletes feeling comfortable with their coaches. I love hearing that, you know, the boys and the girls are getting around the hot pink and things like that. It's such a good thing. So I think that, it's been great.
I think like the enthusiasm of the coaching group that we've got now is leading to having a bunch of distance swimmers, like having a bunch of 12 and 13 and 14-year-olds being encouraged to swim distance events and, more importantly, being happy to do so.
As Harry Hay in this second heat of the 1500 metre freestyle just receives his bell into that final 50, and look at the pace he's just picked up massively. Might have fallen into a little bit of a lull in the last few 100s because he has absolutely snapped on here and lifted. It's going to be a pretty quick time to finish off. He's got just 10 metres left to swim here. Last split was 14.93 and 13.99 on that final 25 for a 15:37.78. How do you feel about that one, Seb?
That is a quick, and as you see, like, he really engaged his legs on that last 100. His body position came up in the water. He looked really strong. He's hurting, definitely there, but what a fantastic swim.
Well, we've only got a couple of 50s left in this 1500. Everyone is starting to hear that bell.
The sweet, sweet sound of the bell in a 1500. It's like the weight of the world just comes off your shoulders. All of a sudden, the pain kind of lapses a little bit until, like Harry, you actually touch the wall and it returns quite swiftly.
Well, Seb, are you going to stick around for the relays, or do you have to go coach?
I better get back to coaching, but it's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm sure the viewers at home have enjoyed your experience and your expertise, and I know I've loved questioning you here. Hopefully that went too hard.
No, that was fantastic. And congratulations to you both. You're doing a fantastic job here on a long weekend. Big
Thanks,
days.
we'll send you a tip later.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Thanks, Seb.
And good luck to our relay swimmers.
So Coach Seb there from Western Melbourne Propulsion joining us for the 1500 metre events as our final swimmers complete their last 50 in this event. It's been an awesome evening of racing in all our individuals, but that is the conclusion of our individual events. We turn our attention to the start end of the pool for our relay swims to finish off the night on a high.
Okay, well, we've just seen our longest race of the swimming program, our 1500 metre freestyle. Now we're going to absolutely switch it up here for our 4x50 metre freestyle relay. 50 metres, 2 laps compared to the 60 we've just seen, but the best part about this is they are relays. It's team events. Usually we see an individual sport, but we have a rich history of relays here in Australia. We saw it this morning in the pool over in Paris. We've got PLC in lane 1, Essendon in lane 2, Ringwood Swimming Club in lane 3, Fly Swim Club in lane 4, Swimland Swim Club in lane 5, lane 6, Ivanhoe Swim, lane 7, Cardinia Piranhas Swim Club, and in lane 8, Ivanhoe Swim. So we see that we've got 2 Ivanhoe swim teams in here. That is A and B. Each team are allowed to put in 2 teams, your A being your fastest one and your B being your second fastest. Although that sometimes doesn't happen, does it, Kalia?
I was going to say a lot of these swimmers do rise to the occasion in these relays, and quite often we can actually see those swimmers in the B team, they kind of want to prove their value, and they end up taking it to that A team as well. So it can often go the other way.
I know myself, I definitely loved a relay, and I loved anchoring that relay. We will see here that changeovers are so important in relays. The swimmer does have to touch the wall before the swimmer's foot leaves the block, but you can only just have your pinky toe on the block there. So it's all about timing that relay changeover so you get the most out of it. And also different strategies when it comes to relay changeovers, different techniques.
There are quite a few different techniques. Some people will still go with that 2 feet over the front, but nearly all of those techniques use the arm. So utilizing that ability to have momentum in that arm swing. We also have that staggered step start where we've got 1 foot on the block at the front, 1 on the kicker, and then also the most recent one with the introduction of the kicker. Some people actually have 1 foot behind it and the other one up on it and do this leap over the top of it, which looks fantastic, but it is a little bit risky, I think, personally.
I was going to say, my personal opinion, I know myself, I'm a clumsy person.
Yes.
I would 100% go to step over that block, fall flat on my face in the water and embarrass myself and my team. So I went for the step forward approach.
I personally also like the step forward. I'm a big fan of 2 feet up on the kicker and a double step forward, but it is so personal, and it has to be 1, what you're really comfortable with, and 2, what you trust yourself to get that timing right in, because you don't want to be that person that leaves early and lets the team down. It is a team event, you all work together, but if you're the one that does it, gosh, you're going to feel pretty guilty.
Even though I know for a fact that the team will forgive you. We're like that here in Swimming Victoria. We're definitely forgiving.
But they will make jokes about it for at least the next month.
Furbank Aquastars out here doing an incredible first 2 legs of this relay. So we're only swimming freestyle here. As I said before, we've gone on the complete opposite spectrum of the freestyle events. We've gone from the 1500 to the 50-meter freestyle. Lots more splash, and arms are going much more fast.
They really are, although I must say that 13.99 from Harry Hay in the last lap of the 1500 is very similar to some of the splits we are seeing here.
Pretty quick, isn't it?
That shows you just how impressive that swim was. These girls only having to complete 2 laps. Harry had to do 60.
It's just ridiculous when you put it like that,
isn't it crazy? You think about the number of tumble turns involved in that.
59. I don't think anyone could even fathom doing a 59 tumble turns in a race, let alone in just a casual 1500-meter swim.
And not even your only swim of the day.
Well, we're coming in now to the finish. It was Furbank that led out, but Western Aquatic Academy Swimming has come over the top there with a 1:53.59. Great swim by those girls. They'll be happy with that result.
Which brings us now to heat 3 of 3. These are our fastest entry times into this event, the 4x50 meter freestyle relay for girls.
Our teams just coming out now from underneath the marshalling area. So we do self-marshal here, but before walking onto pool deck, your team is ticked off just to ensure that everyone's here. We are running a little bit earlier than we thought we would be.
Yeah, so I think that's what's kind of happening here. They're just waiting. A few of the teams haven't actually been let out onto pool deck by the Czech starters. So it's a little bit of chaos.
We almost got away with that half our teams out here, didn't we?
They're a little bit keen. I think everyone loves to finish a bit earlier, especially on a Sunday night. We're all keen to go back and watch some more of our Olympics. But we're just going to calm down, get everyone sorted and make sure all of our teams are behind the blocks and ready to race.
It is, we do get given a provisional timeline as swimmers to know that when we do need to warm up and race, but sometimes, like we saw today, our 1500 was combined, so it wipes off about 20 to 25 minutes off the schedule. Usually you're just getting out of the warm-up pool to put your suit on at that point, so all these girls just getting ready. I actually think this will be a really good race, to be honest.
I think it's going to be fantastic. I think the one good thing, or not just the one good thing, but one of the many good things about us having our live stream is that these girls and athletes and coaches can keep an eye on where we're up to in the program. So they will have seen that combination of those 1500s and know that we are a little bit ahead. And that was always going to be a possibility. Our first heat of the 1500 only had 3 swimmers entered into it, and on a day like Sunday when we're getting through towards 6 o'clock at night, you know that there's that chance. So you're going to be that little bit extra organised, ready to go. And also sometimes having that bit more adrenaline from that last minute race out onto the blocks. We could see some even faster swims here.
Yeah, Surrey Park really going out fast there, but right next to her, we've spoken about her a little bit this weekend, dropped lots of times. Charlotte Fay from Caulfield Aquatics doing another great 50 there. 26ers are all in our first 5 times on the board there, so look out, this is going to be a tight race.
Yeah, and it was a really great changeover by the Caulfield team off the block there. Surrey Park, obviously our fastest entered team. You don't really know what's going to happen in these relays because of the order that we swim them in. Every team's going to have a different approach. Some teams are going to go fastest to slowest. Others might want their fastest person anchoring the team. So those placings can swap and change in a matter of seconds.
It also is about the personality of the swimmer. Some swimmers just love to get in there. We know Kyle Chalmers does it. Just loves to draw in those athletes depending on there. So it's really nothing between these two teams, Caulfield and Surrey Park.
3/100ths of a
Nothing
second
there.
into this final leg. It is neck and neck. Onto the turn. It looks like Caulfield, they've just extended their lead out. It's now 6/100ths, but the swimmer from Surrey Park came off that wall way better. They're trying to narrow that gap, but Surrey might be able to hang on.
It was that turn, wasn't it, Kalia? The turn there was
in that underwater.
the underwater from the Surrey Park swimmer of... I don't think that's Alana Banks in there. That's
I believe that's Judy Hussein Aman. So
yes,
that's who's finished off that leg there in the Surrey Park team. And that awesome underwater from her has really helped her team get that first place spot. An exciting finish to the girls.
some fast swimming in there. We now head over to our final event of the program. 92 events we've had over the weekend, Kalia, and I can tell you now I've commentated every single one of them.
Sian, you've done such an amazing job. Thank you so much for being on commentary with me this weekend. So much nicer having someone to chat to rather than feeling like an insane person talking to myself.
No, it's been absolutely fantastic. I love commentating the swimming. I love being here. Obviously, retiring only 6-7 weeks ago, still being a part of this sport is just absolutely fantastic. So,
you know, I retired 7 years ago and I still can't get away from here, so good luck with that. But no, it's so great. Big thank you to Big Voice Media for helping us with our commentary and live stream setup. They do a great job here. We also need to thank our YouTube channel for letting us play all these videos, and all of our sponsors. The UNCLOUD Victorian Metropolitan Short Course Championships couldn't run without your help, the help of all of our volunteers, our officials, our Swimming Victoria staff, our parents and families. But overall, the main thank you we need to give is to our swimmers. You guys have done an incredible job this weekend, and you make our job that much easier, not only by providing us snacks over here at commentary, but with your
big shout out to Sienna Shepherd here. She brought us some cookies and some sushi. Very thankful. It keeps us going, it keeps us motivated, and keeps our energy up.
And those incredible races just make us want to be here more. We love watching these stories unfold and these races unfold as we come down to the final leg of our men's 4x50 freestyle relay. Touching first in heat 1, it will be the team from Ivanhoe Swim in lane 3. Their time is 1:54.09. We have 3 heats of these boys.
Events over the 2 days, and we've only got 2 heats left of this 4x50 metre freestyle. We've had 9-year-olds, 10-year-olds, 11-year-olds, 12-year-olds in the mornings, and all the way up to our 40-year-olds. So it's been absolutely incredible to see the calibre of athletes that we've had here this weekend, and it's just the start of the short course season, and we sound like broken records when we say we've had that many incredible swims. We've had 10 seconds, 15-second drops, a minute 17 seconds in the 1500 that we just saw there. So it's so exciting to see MLC dominating this second heat of this relay in the water now. Hamish Robson
smashing it. And we're really looking forward to, this is just the kickoff of the short course season for our championship events. So don't forget to tune in over the next couple of weeks. We have our Victorian Country Short Course Championships being held down in Traralgon for the first time ever. They're on the 10th and 11th of August. We then move to our Victorian Open Short Course Championships. That's a chance for those open athletes to qualify for nationals. They are here at Melbourne Sports and Aquatic Centre on the 17th and 18th of August. And then, of course, on the 6th till the 8th of September, our state age championships. Now, that's probably the one I'm actually looking forward to the most. These age groupers across the weekend have been phenomenal, and if they still have time to drop, I cannot wait to watch it. As the team from MLC in Heat 2 has just gone a 1:38.67. We'll keep an eye on that time. Essendon there finishing second, 1:43.49. And Swimland picked up third, 1:46.23.
I don't know about you, Kalia, but I have a feeling that MLC team, it was the A team. Probably should have been in that second heat, but anyway, it doesn't matter. Their time counts no matter what. It's a timed finals, so we'll see where their time sits here. Again, we've got some big clubs in here. Caulfield, Nunawading, Surrey Park. They've all got their A's and B teams in here, which just shows the strength of the clubs that we're about to witness.
And you can hear the sounds of all those slaps going on, the pump-ups between the teams. This race is always so fueled by a little bit of ego, I think.
A little bit of testosterone in the pool, I think.
Just a little bit. But the big boys are out and ready to rumble here. It is heat 3 of 3, the final race of our Victorian UNCLOUD Metropolitan Short Course Championships for 2024.
Lane 4 there, for those watching at home, the beautiful underwaters of James Ward. We know he's an incredible swimmer. We know he's quick. Been over through that college system over in America. Blistering time, 22.57.
That is quick. That is quick.
We've got Nicholas Layton in the water. He did break a couple of the national deaf records yesterday. He let us know. We thought we'd give him a shout out here.
Absolutely. We saw him do some personal best times, and we were become aware of the fact they were national records prior to those races. So incredible effort from Nick.
So he has a hearing impairment, but he does swim in the able body, so which is why he's in this race. I mean, look at him. He's
there is nothing slowing him
down. Caulfield obviously putting on the steamers here, trying to keep that lead. Diving in here, 4th is Andrew.
The team from Nunawading in lane 3 was closing in ground on that 3rd leg. Our final swimmers in the water here. What can Caulfield do? Can they hold off these other boys? Nunawading pushing through, Surrey Park in amongst them. It's going to come down to the last 5 metres, but it looks to me like Caulfield are going to hold on onto
I think
touch.
they are. Wow. Might I add there, Andrew Ryland hasn't been in the pool since National Age Championships, but has decided to come in and represent his team. I don't know about you. It's a pretty
I don't
good
think I could do that split after I retired
good
1 week.
swim.
Let alone.
I don't think I could have done that split at the peak of my career. Absolutely incredible by all our athletes here. Fast swimming over the 4 sessions that we've had, the 92 events, the over 1,000 swimmers, the over 4,000 entries. I don't know about you, Kalia. I'm pretty tired, but absolutely thankful to have been here and commentated this.
I am absolutely pumped after those final relays, but I am sure the minute my head hits the pillow, I will be sound asleep, as will a lot of these athletes after their incredible efforts this weekend. Big shout out to everyone for your help, our sponsors. Thank you guys so much. Thank you to our athletes. Thank you to our parents for bringing them along. And congratulations to everyone. Thanks so much, Sean, for helping us with our commentary. Big shout out to Chels, who was also on, Seb tonight for joining us. And I look forward to working with you over the next couple of weeks at our big major meets.
Thanks so much, Kalia. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. Absolutely looking forward to being involved in the commentary coming into the rest of the short course season. So we hope all of you on the live stream have enjoyed us. Bit delusional towards the end there, but it's been an absolute pleasure and we thank you for your viewings.
When nicotine addiction gets its claws into you, they get in pretty deep.
Vaping literally only takes 1 or 2 hits and you're in it.
Addiction makes money and it'll be too late by the time people are warned about it. Something needs to happen now and I think it just needs to be us doing it ourselves. I'm 20 and I started vaping when I was 17.
I started vaping when I was 20.
14.
17.
My brother started vaping at 12.
I'm trying to quit and I know it's not like a linear thing.
I started vaping when I was 17.
And I would probably hit it like 100 times a day at least.
It was like an instant hit for me. The cartoons, the imagery.
Bright colours.
Flashing lights.
Enticing pictures and packaging.
Everyone's comparing flavours.
Blackberry, cherry, strawberry, mango.
Chocolate, fried chicken.
Yeah, I went back to Fiji for 2 months to stop vaping. When I came back, being around it, seeing it, I couldn't hold it and broke, yeah. When I don't have my vape, I just go crazy. I don't know, I flip my whole house looking for it. Yeah, just panicking, I guess.
So I played soccer all my life. Right before I get out of the car for training, I'd have a puff. Feel like you're letting down your team because you're not looking after your health.
It just gets more and more appealing to kids.
After school, a lot of kids would go to like convenience stores to buy lollies or snacks, and then there's vapes right there as well. So it's kind of a segue to it.
Younger people are vulnerable.
It's quite taboo, honestly, to talk about it.
And I feel like this is a good way to start that conversation, which is what we want.
I'm a nurse, so it's really hypocritical of me. I'm telling people to look after themselves, but I can't look after myself. Vaping has had a really negative influence on me. I've just seen it affect my family, my sister vapes as well. I see a lot of people struggling. Nicotine is so much more addictive than I thought.
I'm not a vapor, and saying no for me, it was definitely a challenge at first, but I have those boundaries. We don't know how it's going to impact us in the long term. Seeing my girlfriend struggle with her vaping addiction has been really, really difficult. She's had a lot of symptoms. Her mood is changing all the time. She's been coughing, but it's really been a journey that I've been trying to support her on.
I wanted to be part of this film just to, be a step in the right direction, I guess. Try, warn people.
We're starting to see more young people who are stepping forward and sharing their stories, but we need to take some more serious action.
Nicotine addiction will die when you stop using it and you tell it to die. If you're ready to do that, then you'll succeed,
Nobody warned us about vaping, so it's our responsibility to warn others.
If you haven't already started, just don't, like it's not worth it.
The best time to stop vaping is your first time.
I just hope there's more awareness and facts that are getting promoted to everyone because there's just no talk about it.
You save money when you don't vape, but your health matters more.
It's definitely important that young people have a platform.
It's up to our generation to sort of tackle this problem because we're the most affected by it.